'cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Okay. Good list.
Can't
I
hold your
forget how
water.
to drink?
Yeah, a little bit.
The front of my
Drips.
glad to be with you this Monday. And behold, Fat Crowder.
Stop it.
Wait,
it was,
what?
That's I ate so much yesterday, and nothing fits today. Like, I've always joked with people like, and I feel bloated. No, I put myself on the scale. It's like a solid 6 pounds heavier
Wow.
than before the morning.
Let's see it.
Happy Father's Day
No,
to you.
Let's see a turnaround.
I ate a lot.
You ate your fill
I did.
and 5 other
It
people.
was like 6,000 calories.
what?
It's a Philly cheesesteak,
It's
Sorry,
breakfast
guys.
for me.
extra cheese,
Extra
add an
wings.
egg on top of it, add grilled onions,
Oh boy.
also a chili cheeseburger with that, fries, Oreo milkshake,
Your toilet was a crime scene this
Nutella
morning.
Nutter Butter milkshake, then chicken truffle Alfredo,
Oh, jeez.
box of cookies, pint of ice cream.
What happened?
You're over 5,000.
Who hurt you?
But I drank low-fat milk with the cookies. No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
It was full
Diet
fat.
Coke
And a
was
Diet Coke. Yeah.
right at the end.
And
That'll
I
make
have
it
some
better.
extra insulin if you want some.
I also had a traditional Mexican Coke with sugar, which I was like, you know what? Why not?
Screw it. The day's already ruined.
So, it was a good Father's Day. Did you enjoy it? Do you have a good Father's Day? I don't really like Father's Day. I think it's a made-up Hallmark holiday. Birthday, Christmas, Easter. Them's the breaks. Don't do Valentine's either, except for when I don't want to get in trouble. We have a lot to talk about today. First off, we do have, well, not first off, but later, we have Dr. Robert Epstein on the program, who has some new research as to how Google is rigging this election, which we all know they've done in the past, but actual studies that show through manipulating search engine algorithms,
Would you
what data is presented to you, switching 50-50 voting splits to 90-10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Think about
yeah,
that
she's in the
in
middle
swing
of a phone
states.
interview
Honestly,
right
when
now.
I see what is happening, and I would love for you to comment
Would
below.
you be available for her
This
to
is
give you a
my
call?
genuine sentiment. Right now, I am amazed that a conservative or Republican
Okay,
ever
the number you
wins,
called from?
considering the amount of bias and
Okay.
the deck being stacked against them. That being said, if it's an even playing field, I don't think that a liberal or a Democrat would win ever again. With this uphill battle,
Yeah.
the fact that the Hunter Biden laptop story was buried, the fact that voting was changed, the fact that COVID was, now not the virus, although that was actually created in the lab, but the COVID pandemic was manufactured deliberately to change election laws, and the fact that it was even close, wherever you line up, is kind of astounding. Take away all of those things, it's not even close. It's a Nixon map. That's really where I am at this point when people talk about election rigging. We're also going to be talking about illegal immigration. We've talked quite a bit about the cost in the past, but we're going to be talking about specifically the violent crime, because that's something you hear quite a bit from the left, that actually immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural born citizens. It's not true. It's not even close to true. And it's important considering that you're seeing a global cabal of people pushing for illegal immigration with this lie as part of their premise. So let me ask you also, what extent do you believe big tech companies like Google can actually affect the elections right now? I've given you my opinion. I'm curious to hear what it is that you think, or read, because I don't think you can leave voice comments. Number 2, in command, Captain Morgan, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Other than the calories, we've talked about this, I guess, a little bit more. But
A little fat.
how do you feel about yourself?
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Okay.
I feel great shame.
Yeah. Well, it is your fault in this one.
Yeah.
So
I eat very healthily during the week because I don't really enjoy food as we're running and gunning. And then on
Yeah.
the weekend, it's just like, you know what?
let it go.
Let's just let it happen. That's what I say to myself.
You do.
My inner voice is a black guy voice.
Is it really?
Hey, let it happen.
Oh,
That's what I hear.
That's usually what they say before they commit a crime.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Hey, whoa, no. Also, when you hear this, you know, I mean, he's going to be at the Louisville Comedy Club Sunday, July 7th.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
great club. Horrible city. Josh Firestein, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I feel skinny today, actually. You feel fat. I feel skinny.
Really? What'd you do?
Yeah, nothing. I just nothing. I did nothing. No, we went swim. My daughter had a pool party. She had a birthday pool party this weekend.
Oh, okay.
So I was swimming, tossing kids around in the water. Dude, I love a pool party with kids because their parents are all gone. And you could just
You know how that sounded.
Wow.
You could just okay. Come on, grow up. Obviously, I'm talking about totally destroying these kids.
Yes.
Throwing them around,
Yes.
tossing them in the pool. They're laughing. I'm like, this is the best.
That's
All
where
my anger is
dads
out.
really shine.
I'm a better dad than Woody Allen. That's for sure.
Yes. I actually with
Better dad, worse husband. So it's like, what are you gonna be?
with Toolman's son, he came over and was playing with it in the pool, and you know, I was doing the toss. But the thing is, he's very long and he's not very heavy.
No.
Yeah.
And so, whereas my son is kind of like a cannonball, he's very dense. And so I was like, okay, you know, you kind of sit on my knees and, you know, like a chair. And he launched. He went so,
He loves it.
he launched, and then he went down like a knife and just, and it took him a while before he came back up.
Oh, nice.
It was more of a like, huh? And he kind of,
Did he want you to do it again though?
yes,
Okay.
he did.
That's fine.
But I did it softer. I mean, he went high, but that is
So
that's
much
where it's
joy,
funny.
dude.
It really
Yeah.
is. Yeah, and I wish that someone could do.
Yeah, I was actually looking at it last night too, and I couldn't find it. But the live is different than what they have the day after, and I'm thinking they cut it out. Great Lakes said he had a clip of it though.
Do that. Maybe we could get Brian Shaw. We could get him to throw us in the pool.
We can,
A segment.
cool.
See if
Maybe
he
not
can
me.
throw us
Maybe
as
not me.
high.
He's strong, but I mean, you know those little soaky balls. You soak water in them, and
Yeah,
then,
yeah,
and,
yeah.
then and you can just. They're not Orbeez. They're like little foam balls, they're like size of a baseball.
Yeah.
Oh, you can chuck them, dude. You can really get some velocity on there,
Yeah.
and it doesn't really. I mean, a couple welts, but only on my kids.
Yes. Don't aim for the face. Okay.
Yeah.
That's like a snowball.
By
I'm
the way,
wearing goggles. It's fine.
I have to mention this every single time we mention this date, July 7th. That's 2 days after Josh is playing at not a strip club.
Oh my
a
God.
sex club. He's playing a sex club on July 5th. July 7th ought to be a rip-roaring show.
Yes.
Well, I'm not doing much playing. I'm
No,
going to be
exactly. You're gonna bring
more
the-
observing,
I'm not
bring
kidding.
the
This is
absorbent
real.
balls.
taking notes.
This is real.
All right. Okay. This has been a good time reminiscing about yesterday. So this week, here's something that you are seeing right now. And I believe that we have the first clip, the unedited clip first, and then we
Right.
have, okay. So you've seen this clip everywhere, and now the left is trying to tell you that what you experienced isn't reality.
Right.
Former Vice President Joe Biden was led off stage by Barack Obama. You know, at best, it's a little bit gay, where he has to hold his hand and take him off. At most likely, you know, former Vice President Biden is not able to walk himself off the stage. Here is one continuous shot, and then we'll show you the clip that the left is now circulating to run damage control, telling you this is the unedited clip, but the first one is the actual unedited clip.
Looks like it's shot by a user at the event.
There he is, kind of staring into the abyss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Staring into the abyss.
Yes.
Somebody tried to make the case to me that, like, he's probably.
And I'm for some reason not able to connect it to the Facebook anymore as well. Almost studio. I don't know why.
I'm like, he's probably what?
Yes.
Who's he interacting with? Did he see like a predator and he's in the wild and his only move is to freeze like a bunny rabbit or something like that? Like,
And the scary part is the hand tug wasn't enough.
Yeah.
There was no reaction.
Yeah.
Just the hand tug wasn't enough where he had to do the guiding
Mm-hmm.
of the back. Like, you know, like you have someone, a drunken member of your family, and you're like, okay, that's enough. Let's get going. That was
so
I know, and people say it's not a big deal, but here's the thing: Obama's the one doing it. Nobody's ever done that to Obama. No one's ever put their hand
Or
on his
Trump.
back and like escorted himself, or Trump, or I mean, any president. No one's been guided out like that
Right.
on a regular basis.
Do you remember what a huge
with
deal they
something
made of Donald Trump when his hand was shaking one time at the podium with a glass of water?
Oh yeah,
And when my shoulder was that happened to me. It was difficult. I would have to drink with two hands. Like there are a bunch of reasons that can happen. There aren't many reasons that someone would have to tug your hand, you not react, and then guide you by your back as you stare with autism eyes out into zero focus.
Which is not a big deal, really. You get old, but you're the president, dude. Now it's a big deal. You
Yes.
can't even walk your own way. Aerosmith would have a problem.
Yes, I was about to go there. So here is the clip that is running now, and I want to get your opinion if you believe that this is actually less polished, more raw, and an accurate representation. They're saying actually this is the full unedited version.
This is the program feed of the event.
Yeah.
This is their music too.
It's like the
No, we had to swap music.
Fourth. So now they show it at a different angle, so you can't see that he's staring into
totally
nothing.
frozen. Okay.
Where's he staring? Where's he staring?
That's when Obama grabs him.
You don't even see the grab.
Nope. Just walking off, two good friends.
That's
Try
the
not to
equivalent to
check
stage
himself.
combat.
Yeah.
That's the angle you would take to cheat a punch because you don't see it happen.
Yes.
When it's straight on, you see the hand go, squeeze, pull, nothing, back, shove. Let's show the original one again. It's
pretty clear.
Just so you see the contrast. Okay, straight on. He's looking into nothing. He's no longer talking to anyone.
Where's his
Stop.
step?
All right. Barack Obama goes, no, this is bad. Come on, Joe. All right. Hey, stop. Let's move again, Joe.
Keep going, Joe.
Be our guest.
No.
I know it's tough, Joe. Walking.
You imagine that?
And walking.
just the walking.
Just the walking.
Oh my gosh. He makes the 80-year remembrance of the D-Day veterans. He makes those guys look spry. And
Yes.
Those guys were like 100 years old.
Yes.
It was unbelievable. Like, we've made the point, like, yes, it's just somebody who's getting old, and that's totally fine. But it's not fine to be dying in public as you're running for president for 4 more years while the world is kind of on fire.
You know what? A Mission Control pulled this clip. I believe it was Wagner. I don't know if she's on MSNBC, but she was saying, I don't think that the debates are a good idea for Biden because the expectations are so much higher for him. Whereas Donald Trump, the expectations, and I'm almost quoting here, I'm going by rote. Donald Trump, the only expectations are, is he alive? Are words coming out of his mouth?
What?
And he can, it's like the left they accuse you of doing exactly what it is that they do. She said this. She said that the expectations were high of Joe Biden. And the attack against Donald Trump that she used was, is he alive? Are words coming out of his mouth because he's old and the implication was that he was mentally unfit like Joe Biden. You cannot say that Donald Trump is hateful and bombastic and at the same time say he doesn't know where he is and he's old and he's incapable. He's an invalid. You can't. The reason you're mad at him is because what he says, sometimes it can be childish, sure, but it's hilarious and biting. If nothing else, he still burns brightly with hatred, just not against minorities, against the left. That keeps him young. All right.
Yeah, they're calling Trump old and frail as they walk Vladimir the Vampire to his coffin to sleep.
I know.
This way.
Trump needs a former president to babysit him.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Think about that for a second.
That's insane.
Imagine George W. Bush guiding out Trump. You know what would happen? He'd reach for Trump and Trump's hand would go, no.
And don't touch me.
Yeah, he'd go, Tower 7. So
I know you did it. I
that's exactly what he would do. Hey, you know what? This Thursday, it's Cultural Appropriation Month, and this is the finalist this month because we will be covering the debate live here, a mega live stream of that debate. So this is the final Thursday where we actually can do Cultural Appropriation Month. And this Thursday's culture we are announcing right now, it is Native American. Native American culture right there is what
The
we
homeland.
have. Yeah. So nice.
Oh.
So you can post
around and beat
for the
drums.
costume contest on X or on Mug Club. Just post an image of yourself with your best Native American costume. You have to be holding your mug, and we'll be using the hashtag LWC Native Contest. To appropriate is to appreciate. And we have done some rough ones, but this is going to be a bumpy ride.
We've appreciated the heck out of y'all's culture.
Yes. That brings us to right now we've started the segment. A lot of you like it. This one, well, I don't want to spoil it, but burgers, British heat wave, and gay traffic signs dominate this week's installment of 3 headlines. Extra, read all about it. All right. Silliest headline number 3 involves Chuck's Burgers. This is Chuck Schumer. This is from the New York Post. It says Chuck Schumer deletes Father's Day photo tweet in front of grill after critics slam his spatula skills.
Nope.
Here's the thing.
Spatula skills?
It has nothing to do with his spatula skills. I want to be very, very clear. Let's bring up that image again. This is why people criticize him. And this is also why we try and distill our points on the show to the most effective argument. I heard people talking about how those burgers are frozen, they're not very good, or they're not seasoned. No. Here's the thing. That is a grill that very likely has never been used. I don't even know that all the burners are on. But the most important thing to keep in mind right here is those are clearly frozen burgers that have just been put on the grill, immediately doused in a slice of cheese.
Right.
He started a fire.
He just doesn't know it yet.
He put on his grill a charcoal fire starter.
Yes.
This man has never once grilled a day in his life.
You don't need to flip burgers, right?
No, you just keep it. You always cook it on one side, obviously, because you want one side to be kind of raw.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, the hot dogs; those are already cooked. You're cooking cooked meat.
Yeah, you're giving them a little bit of a
you got to
sear.
warm them up. Yeah, I get it.
But the burgers, he's like, look, I'm just like you. Toss frozen, put the cheese on right away.
Yeah.
He's never grilled. It's completely disingenuous. It has nothing to do with his spatula skills. This isn't Iron Chef. This is just a guy who is lying. I'm at my daughter's sister's boyfriend's. What was it? Her daughter's house. His niece's house.
No, he was at his daughter's wife's house.
Okay.
Scissor me timbers.
They bought a brand new Weber grill, which I believe has never been used. If you look at those grates, he had someone throw frozen burgers on there, tossed on some cheese, and then ordered Uber Eats.
You think Uber Eats, or you think they made salads?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they have a few blood bags there.
Brodigan just pointed out that 2 of the 3 burners appear to be off.
They don't look off.
Nobody would know.
I don't know if those are off.
Because that looks like, because you have the top. Usually the most left one is like the,
I'm not
turn
convinced.
it on, ignite.
Those look like they're on.
They look like they're on like medium high.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he knows how to use the electronics.
Instead of writing notes,
It's an absolute.
It's a pro. It's the issue that the
And he's
left is so out of
I
touch.
bet his lesbian daughter fired it up for him.
Yes.
She's like, "Can you finish the burgers?" He goes, "Right away."
He's like, yeah, I'm a man as well.
Right after that photo, she came in and yelled at him, took the spatula away, and told him to go back to the house.
And then beat her
Oh,
spouse.
I didn't know
Statistically,
what this-
very likely.
Very likely.
He said, "Can I speak to?"
So,
Lisa?"
would you rather eat a burger from Chuck Schumer or go to a blood bag human party at Chuck Schumer's house? You answer below.
Ooh.
Here is
Either way, it's called a chuck roast.
yes. It's very tough, not very tender.
Yeah.
Imagine Chuck Schumer making a chuck roast. That requires finesse. Chuck roast meat. It is not the best meat to work with. You have to know your way around, and he clearly doesn't.
Probably just puts a slice
Rare.
of cheese on it.
He puts a slice of cheese on it.
There's a slice of cheese on everything.
A meatloaf as he just grabs one of those logs of ground beef and go, huh? Good enough. Put some Gruyere. What? Okay. Second place. This is a great headline. This comes from the Mirror. This involves a British heat wave. In case you wondered if they were looking for a reason to fearmonger, here's the headline.
Oh, man.
UK weather. Exact date map turns dark red as 26 degrees Celsius heat wave sweeps across Britain. Just to let you know, 26 degrees Celsius is about 78. That's almost perfect humidor temperature.
Yes. And it was that temperature in 2 places on the entire island. Okay. That's what they were yelling about.
Find shelter. There's going to be 78 degrees with nary a humidity point to be found. Hide your wife and your children.
I don't understand.
You could fry an egg on the front of your car. What?
They're worried they might get a tan.
Yes.
It's like almost perfect inside weather.
Have your British branded SPF 95 ready.
Nobody told them to take their winter coats off.
Do not wear tweed. I repeat, no tweed.
Well, it's whatever we wear.
This is why Southern migrants are taking over your country.
Exactly.
Oh, love it.
This is an excerpt from it. Says, this striking weather map turns a blistering red as temperatures look set to tip 26 degrees Celsius, 78 degrees Fahrenheit, in some parts of Britain next month. You only have a 1 month warning for 78 degrees.
Prepare yourself. Get a cooler.
Hide your wife. Hide your children, because the heat is raping everybody up in here.
Nice pull.
But the first place, our favorite headline here is it relates to homophobic street signs. Now, I didn't understand this, and you won't either until I show you a clip. It says city officials removed the last no U-turn signs meant to dissuade gay men from cruising in Silver Lake during the 90s. So I said, wait a second. What is it with gay men and U-turns? I don't understand. Gay men like U-turns? This was new to me.
No, they don't. There was a gay bar down the street, and so they put up no U-turn signs.
Let's let this gay man who is clearly a former wrestler tell the story. He's a city councilman about the U-turns.
It was no coincidence that these signs were put up after the LGBT community continued to grow more.
That's gay Mysterio.
In fact, they were,
instead of the 619, he just does the 69.
Probably put up was because there was an LGBT bar that was just literally down the street from the same area. It's good that we're finding the areas and the symbols within our own very city that continue to have these hateful remnants of the past.
So so they would make U-turns. So the idea is there was a street they would cruise.
Not screw. It's a Freudian slip. Yes. It would cruise.
Put my window down and screw. So they would cruise and make U-turns.
Here's the thought. They can't, if we just tell them they can't turn around in this zone, we'll be protected.
Yes.
What, they have to go down to the next stoplight?
Because they can't wait to have sex with strangers. It's like, what? I can't U-turn. Give me somebody to blow while I'm waiting.
And they claim that the government has never tried to curb the AIDS epidemic.
I know. We did everything.
That's clearly an attempt right there. They're like, we got to stop these gays from banging.
Just a little bit.
Come on. This wasn't an intersection hazard. It was a gay thing.
There was no way to do it. It's like, look, everybody, we have some new research. This is in the 80s. We have some new research, okay? We just need you to pause having engaging in unprotected sodomy with strangers they're having sex right now. Guys, just wait a minute. I didn't even finish my phrase.
All my friends are dying. Stop having sex. I can't.
Okay, no more U-turns for you. What? What did I do?
The good news is they moved those signs down to the San Diego border. No U-turns. You're here now. Welcome.
Yeah.
In 1966, I have this stat here. Red Guard members in China attempted to make red go and green stops during.
Nice.
It will be red for go and green for. Wait, hold on. Can you bring this up? It'll be red for go and green for stop on peaking streets if one group of the Red Guards, Vanguard of China's New Cultural Revolution, gets its way.
Oh my gosh.
That was part of the Great Leap Forward, I guess. I forgot how that related to gay U-turns.
Is this why Asians are bad drivers?
That's why there are very few gay Asian men, I guess. Now you know. Think gay, think U-turns. As it relates to, the natural order of things. And here's the thing. These useless headlines, by the way, about traffic, this is not unique to the homosexual community. They go even further back.
Oh, you're at the cookie factory? You're at the cookie factory? Yeah. Once you're in our system, you're in forever. Okay.
It doesn't. See, read all about it. Read about it.
Yeah,
Find out. No, it doesn't work.
The sign here, but they didn't do anything. Cool. That's fine.
Go to CrowderShop.com. You can support the program in style and have some exercises ready if you have a fat Father's Day.
Well, don't worry about it. It'll come back. It'll be okay.
Father's Day gras.
No, you deserve to wear your size.
Yeah.
You get big, you deserve to look big in that size.
No, it's absolutely
It's
true.
shame.
Shame. It's a powerful tool.
Freak flag fly.
Because it really only works with men.
Flag.
I say flag?
I don't know what I said.
I'd jump it anyway.
You
said it now.
That's a good rule of thumb.
It pretty much is. By the way, we do have that Wagner clip where she was talking.
Oh, yes. Here's her clips. Now, just to be clear, she's not describing Joe Biden when she says low expectations. She's describing President Trump. Yeah.
I do have to ask, though, I mean, this is all thrown into sharp relief when the two men are on stage debating, right? And it already feels like, the first presidential debate is set for June 27th. It already feels like the bar that is set for Biden to clear is so much substantially higher than the one Trump has to clear, which is literally, is he alive? Is he standing? are the words coming out of his mouth, setting aside what the words actually are. And I wonder if there's any
What it
way
is
for
we get you ready,
Biden
we
to
put you on the
overcome what
waiting
seems
list,
like a
and then they
structural
just email us
disadvantage
10 people.
on, in the weeks leading up to
That's
what's going
enough
to
of
be
that
a pretty
broad.
important inflection
We've seen
point.
enough
They asked for
of that
like,
cackling. Think of that. She actually thinks people are going to buy. People on MSNBC go, oh yeah, sure, that makes sense. Yeah, no. Biden obviously is articulate. He's going to show up. He's lucid. And Donald Trump is the one who's barely upright, needs handlers, and can't speak. You're right. The expectations are so low for Donald Trump. That's why they feel the need to try and jail him.
Yes.
That's why there's no live audience.
Yes.
And maybe
debate.
they're chairs. I think they want to say it's a 90-minute debate. I'm not sure if Biden can stand the entire time.
It is absolute projection.
It is.
got
By the
braces
way,
on his
I would
legs.
like to whatever bet that I have right now that they're going to replace him by August. I would like to substantially increase it.
Really?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes, I think he is out.
I don't know.
There's no way this guy makes it to. I just don't think there's any way that they let him do it.
If the election was held today, Donald Trump is president in a landslide, despite Google, despite Meta, despite what's going on YouTube, despite all of the media smear campaigns that come directly from the DNC. If the election was to be held today, Donald Trump wins in a landslide. Keep that in mind. They want to steal that from you. And that rhetoric, I believe, is allowed on YouTube right now. Lying to you, trying to stack the deck in their favor. They are trying to steal this, trying to jail and silence a political. It's already enough. Think about the amount of time that was lost from President Donald Trump going through these sham trials where he could only campaign effectively 2 days out of the week. And ironically, did more campaigning and rallies than former Vice President Joe Biden. Hey, let me ask you, who can stand upright on their own? Donald Trump is facing prison potentially, has 2 days, and he's on the road meeting with voters more than former Vice President Joe Biden. They want you to believe that former Vice President Joe Biden has expectations that are set too high. They want you to believe that if Donald Trump is president, he will jail his political opponents. Hey, hold on a second. Donald Trump has said that he would pardon political opponents, and he already has. This is very important. There has not been a presidency in modern American history, I don't know if it's at all throughout all of American history, who has either prosecuted, charged, or jailed people of a different political persuasion than this administration. It's the first time it's happening in these numbers. That is terrifying. And we've never had a former or sitting president, I say sitting president with Donald Trump, be charged this way, put in jail. In the history of our republic, happens all the time in South America, happens all the time in banana republics. That happens. There is very little coming back from that. But they want you to believe that Donald Trump is frail, old, and incapable. Hey, you comment below if that's something that you even think anyone in the center will buy, which is also why Google is manipulating the search algorithms, because the undecided voter is overwhelmingly leaning toward Trump at this point, and demographics that are surprising. They want to steal that from you. Something else and by they, I mean those people in power, and by people in power, I largely mean people, of course, from the left, because they believe in centralized power. They know better than you how to spend your own money. They know better than you how to live your life, what kind of lifestyle you should live, where you should be able to live, what kind of transportation you should be able to take, what kind of education you should be allowed to take part in or send your children to. They believe that they know better than you, and so it makes sense that they would be in line with the WEF. It makes sense that they would be in line with globalism, and it makes sense that people who are strong conservatives would not, because the general difference between liberal or progressive, leftist, whatever you want to say, and conservative, right-wing, Republican, whatever you want to say in the United States is one group, my left, your right. The left believes that Washington, D.C. makes decisions for your lives better than you do. The right, my right, your left, believes that you, if left to make your own decisions, tend to make better decisions for yourself and your family. That is the primary difference, folks. Go through any issue. Taxes. We believe that you should be able to keep more of your own money. You'll probably spend it more wisely. The left, we should take the money because we will spend it in a way that is wise. Hey, cars. We believe that you should be able to purchase the car that you need for your family because we believe that you know what's most appropriate for you. The left, no. We have to mandate which kinds of cars you can and cannot buy. Education. Hey, you should have all the options available to you. School vouchers, charter schools. Homeschooling should be something that's encouraged because we believe that you and your local community probably know how to better educate your children than maybe the public sector teachers union. The left, absolutely not. No choice whatsoever. You live in a district, you go to this school, and there is no way to fire these teachers. Firearms. We believe that you should be able to protect your own household. We believe that if given the right, you will protect your household in a way that is more effective than a centralized police force. The left, absolutely not. If you have a problem, call the police, who also happen to be racist. That's the primary difference. One group, everyone here. We have plenty of disagreements, by the way. But the general principle is you can make better decisions for yourself than a centralized bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., or certainly the UN. The left, you don't know. We know better what's best for you. That is the primary difference.
I would take it a step further, not just that it's better for us to make our own decisions, but we have the right to.
Right.
Regardless of whether we're better at it.
Right.
We have the right to. They feel like we don't have the right to. We shouldn't have the right to.
I think some people make bad decisions, but I think in general, most of Washington, D.C. makes bad decisions. And so, you know what? I would take the chance with individual Americans making bad decisions for themselves, because guess what? Their bad decisions don't affect you as much as the centralized bad decisions that occur at the taxpayer expense. So they want to steal that decision from you. And they also, meaning those in power, want to steal this country from you. Why? Because they need to buy votes. So an issue right now that's the primary issue for voting Americans is immigration. But it's also a primary voting issue for people across the entire Western world, to be clear. Even though it's ruined cities from, New York City to Paris, if you believe that we need to have a guest book, if you believe that we need to have a border policy, if you believe that people need to come here through the legal channels, you've been called what? Cruel, a Nazi. Comment below. What names have you been called? Racist.
Racist.
I guess Hispanic Americans are particularly racist against other Hispanics because they support some kind of mass deportation at this point, or certainly building a wall. And then you have people like this French soccer player. I guess his name is Kylian. Is it Mbappe? Mbappe. I should know. He refers to himself.
He's okay.
Je veux jouer soccer. Je parle en français. Ça c'est bon.
Thanks for the French remix. I needed some help.
There are a few French people like, you said it, and I got it.
I will subscribe now.
Even though that mug is far too large for the portions that we eat. I want a cup like this. Then I am full. So,
fat American.
Just do remaining amount.
So Mbappe told people not to vote for extremists. And we've already been through what qualifies someone to be considered an extremist from the left. He was referring to extremists like Marie Le Pen.
Je pense qu'on est une génération qui peut faire la différence. Aujourd'hui, on voit très bien que les extrêmes sont aux portes du pouvoir. Il y a un contre les extrêmes, contre les idées qui divisent.
You spoke in the third person, by the way. Yes.
On a l'opportunité de choisir le futur de notre pays. Et c'est une tâche qu'il faut souligner. C'est très important. Partout, c'est pour ça que j'essaye de donner la voix, pour vraiment parler à ces gens de ma génération. Parce que j'ai été dans cette caractéristique-là, étant plus jeune, de se dire ma voix elle va pas changer. Si, la voix elle va changer, et l'importance et l'urgence de la situation fait qu'aujourd'hui, comme j'ai dit, j'ai envie d'être fier de porter ce maillot le 7. J'ai pas envie de représenter un pays qui correspond pas à mes valeurs, qui correspond pas à nos valeurs, parce que je pense et j'espère qu'on est tous dans le même cas.
For those people who were, who were listening on audio and didn't see the translation, he said, I want to be proud. I want to be proud to wear this jersey, but I don't feel I can wear the jersey of a country that does not share my values. So to continue the protest, actually, he decided to play shirtless.
Well, that's nice.
But kept the sponsor from Qatar Airlines.
So that's
Qatar. Aligns with his values, so that's good. Qatar.
Nice.
Clock boy, the voice of a generation.
Oh, man. By the way,
the airline that did gynecology tests on like 20 chicks.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they weren't tests.
To be fair, it's only business class.
That's true. By the way, he's 25.
Yeah.
Like when he's saying, when I was younger, I didn't think my voice counted. I'm like, okay, you're 25. You're one of the highest paid soccer players in the world. You got offered about $1 billion to play in Saudi Arabia. Not kidding on the number, by the way. It was very close to $1 billion. He signed a deal where he got $175 million signing bonus.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is uber wealthy. And
6,
He should just basically be very happy that God blessed him with that and just go and play for his country.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
very
you have the
happy to be
whole-
playing. I'm
I
happy
mean,
for the money. Don't get me wrong. I'll take the money. I'm not crazy, but I think you should let in as many violent migrants as humanly possible.
Which phone
And that's a
number
bad
is
idea.
that?
I have a penthouse. I'll be fine.
Maybe he should
Just
use
me.
all that money to help these migrants out.
You would think so.
Maybe put them up in one of his
I'm gonna
chateaus.
print this out.
Chateau de Mapa.
Or just take one of Nicolas Cage's C's chateaus. I don't know how many.
Oh, well.
I didn't realize there was property tax in France. So the same day.
The Magna Carta.
Yes, the Magna Carta.
It's the Magna-
Maybe there's a clue. Oh, you mean because that's all this film is about? Stop ruining my thunder. So, same day, the Biden administration announced a massive new amnesty program for hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants. Okay, a program this comes from CBS. A program being developed by White House officials would offer work permits and deportation protections to unauthorized immigrants married to U.S. citizens as long as they have lived in the U.S. for at least 10 years.
What?
So this soccer player is wrong. Biden is wrong. And here's the thing. Facilitating mass migration is actually immoral. This is why I hate the term compassionate conservative. It's not a thing. There is nothing compassionate about allowing people to come into this country who cannot be vetted, sometimes are vetted, are known terrorists, and are allowed to come here anyway at the cost of Americans who are paying taxes. It is immoral. It is evil to place Americans, particularly in border cities, in harm's way and to force the American taxpayer, the hardworking American, to foot the bill for someone who has no business being here. I believe that is immoral. I don't believe it is compassion of any kind. You can comment below. I don't mean to sound cold. I understand that a lot of these people come from shithole countries, and liberals will be more offended that I have used the term shithole countries, but I stand by it. Let's go through a few key facts here. Today, we want to focus on crime because we've given you the stats that illegal immigrants or illegal immigration as a whole costs Americans $150 to over $400 billion per year. And the cost to build a wall would be about 10 to 25 billion. I've given you those statistics. You know about them abusing emergency room services. You know about them being a serious strain on our healthcare system. But let's just talk about crime today, because you will hear from the left that actually immigrants here are far less likely to commit crimes than native-born American citizens. It's not true. It's never been true. They're using statistics that include, by the way, legal immigrants. So they're using statistics that would include, for example, Cuban Americans who have claimed asylum who are on the books, Swedish Americans who have come here, German Americans, people who have come here on work visas. Of course, those people would be more likely to follow the law, because if they don't, they're more likely to face ramifications as legal immigrants. They do not reflect the behavioral patterns, the criminal patterns of illegal immigrants. And I will offer you this full disclosure. We don't really have those stats. We have to make some inferences. Why? Because it's very hard to get illegal immigrants to answer the census. So
they're trying, though.
Yes, they want to. So under former Vice President Biden, there have been 151 homicides or manslaughter incidents that were at the hands of illegal immigrants. Okay. Now that doesn't sound super high, 151. Under Donald Trump, it was 11.
Now that's a big difference.
It's a big difference. And the importance here is, you hear the left say this all the time, where they want to confiscate your guns, or they want to remove your ability to purchase firearms with a basic magazine capacity. They say, if it saves one life. Okay. Well, the strongest argument against that is far more lives are saved by firearms in this country every single year. It's not even close. It's 500,000 to over 3 million, according to the CDC, the DOJ, the FBI, compared to in the tens of thousands, in the teens, actually, anywhere from 10 to 20,000 homicides with firearms each year at most. So if it saves one life, okay. It saves more lives for people to own firearms. What about this right here? If it saves one life, in this case, at least 151 lives, just doing what it is that every country needs to be doing anyway, which is ensuring that you protect your citizens, namely with a border. If it saves one life.
Yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum for these people?
Right.
Like in the military, when you do an op order, when you present your mission to everybody, one of the things you take into account is how many acceptable casualty rate.
Right.
At this many casualties, unacceptable casualty rate, we're failure, we have to get out.
Right.
What's the number for these people? How many people? I want to know. I want to hear it from their mouths. How many people have to die before you go, oh, that's too many?
Yeah.
For me, it's one.
Right. For me, it's, you know what's really, really tough? A tough pill to swallow. I'm going to give you some very specific examples. If you're the parent of one of those 151.
Yeah.
If you're the parent of someone who was murdered by somebody who had no business being here anyway, and that is fully under the legitimate purview of government. It is a harder pill to swallow than a random act of violence. If your son or daughter or father or mother or sister or even friend is killed by someone who is part of a statistical pool, the reality is part of a statistical group that is more likely to commit violent crime and through cost-effective measures could be prevented from entering this country illegally. It's a really tough pill to swallow, like Rachel Morin. Morin was raped, murdered on a hike near Baltimore, Maryland. On Saturday, her killer, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, was arrested in Oklahoma. Also, by the way, strong correlation between many middle names and murder. Hernandez illegally migrated from El Salvador, where he was wanted for murder in El Salvador, which means it must be pretty bad.
Yeah, it's probably not just one.
Yeah, no, it's the one that they caught. They give you a grace murder.
I was told they weren't sending the rapists and murderers here.
I was told that as well, but it's wordplay. They're not necessarily sending them. They just find their way here.
They just let them out.
This man was also linked to a home invasion in Los Angeles where a 9-year-old girl was assaulted. So that's just one example of the 151. Hey, you remember Laken Riley? Laken Riley was murdered by Jose Antonio Ibarra while jogging, University of Georgia campus. And that man was an illegal immigrant from Venezuela who was paroled into the United States. And it was one of those stories that caught fire, again, because it is a very tough pill to swallow when they are murdered by someone who has no business being here and someone who should have been on the radar for their history of violent crime. So a lot of people were upset about this, but former Vice President Biden couldn't be bothered to even remember her name.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
I'm sorry, that's the right, important, but not proper clip for this context. Here it is.
Not really.
They booed her for saying that.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal.
And then he had to apologize.
Do you
remember that? Not just for mispronouncing and blind fine. You know, Biden's totally all there. The USC head football coach versus, an immigrant, that killed somebody and her name was that, right? But then he had to apologize for saying illegal.
Yes.
That's what they focused on afterwards. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say illegal.
They cannot, the current Democrat Party and the leftist movement, they cannot possibly, please hear me, they cannot possibly be looking out for you. They are precluded from it. This is an issue where there is no conflict with the American people. The vast majority of American people want at least some form of border security. More than 50% want a wall. More than 50% believe in deportation. This includes, by the way, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, close to 38, I believe it's 38% of Democrats at this point. Yep. Most Americans want it. It would save us hundreds of billions of dollars, and it would prevent the loss of at least several hundred lives. There is no reason not to have some type of immigration reform, except for the fact that the left is beholden to purchasing votes at your expense. Let's be clear about that. They can't. They couldn't be looking out for you. Even if you're a feminist who can't even count on both hands the amount of abortions that you have had living in a blue district in the United States, they can't be looking out for you because they can't keep you safe. They are willing to risk your safety, let alone your finances, to fund their purchasing of votes. When people talk about the elites and people talk about the swamp, we are talking about people who have a vested interest in your misfortune so that they can gain. That's where we are. Here's another example. I believe it's Catherine, is it Steinle or Steinle? I want to make sure I have this correct because I've read it and it's not one that you've heard pronounced because I've been talked about it a whole lot in the media. This person was killed in 2015 when Jose Inez Garcia Zarate accidentally, again, a lot of middle names, fired a gun at a San Francisco pier. And this man, Garcia Zarate, had already been deported 5 times. So at the very least, too, the system is inefficient. In other words, if the left is saying, well, we can't be cruel. Okay, if this man has been deported 5 times, you have a system that doesn't work. They say, you think a wall will work? Not just a wall, but it's a start.
Also, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Also, maybe.
I think it's worth the $12 billion.
Right. It's like,
give it a shot.
We know this doesn't work. Beyond any shot, we know it doesn't work. let's maybe try something that's way cheaper and seems to work. Why do I think it works? Walls have worked throughout all of human history. They've helped. They've been used for a reason. Deported 5 times, was acquitted of murder and manslaughter by a San Francisco jury. This is where we are. If we don't stop this at this point, we're not just talking about costs. America is doomed.
They just might kill us all if we don't send however many million back. We gotta build that wall. Another couple decades and the nation's trashed. And Trump's the only one with balls to tell them go back home.
And we're sending them the hell back. They're not sending their finest, that I can tell you. You come up thousands of miles coming through Mexico, and we're going to stop it.
And let me rattle through these next few statistics. All references available at Louder with Crowder. Link in the description, as we do every day, because we have Dr. Epstein coming on here soon. The crimes don't just stop at murder, okay? A lot of people, they like to virtue signal and talk about how America is guilty of the sin of slavery, which of course is true, but we also are uniquely responsible for ending.
No, we had a blast. It was with Toe and Agent. Yeah, we had a blast. We were out till like 2:30 in the morning.
And fighting one of the bloodiest civil wars in history, because people since the founding of this country believed that it would be a problem that could not be reconciled with the Constitution. But right now, there are more slaves than ever in recorded human history, over 40 million slaves. And a lot of them are sex slaves. So key fact number 2, this illegal immigration policy, it actually encourages human trafficking. Cartels, they earn about $1 billion a month in human trafficking.
Wow.
We have a record number of, again, slaves on Earth. Last time I checked, it was about 42 million, but I have some stats today that say about 49 million people on Earth are slaves. 25% of them are children. Let's juxtapose that with about 450,000 unaccompanied minors have come in under Biden. Wow. And the estimates, again, the references are available. Somewhere around 60% are caught by the cartels who make $1 billion, right? We just talked about that. Make $1 billion a month in human trafficking. 60% of 450,000 people
Yeah.
by cartels.
I said that while you were
sex
doing
pornography or acting as mules for drug trafficking. Think of that.
They would literally cut them open and put them in their legs and their arms and their chest cavities.
Let's start with that. Well, let's end with that. And let's start with not allowing them to traffic people across the border. By the way, it also encourages messy street traffic.
No. But I was just trying to, since you were here personally, I wasn't going to say, okay, now call us back next week. So best thing to do probably is whenever you are, orientation.
It's a tough traffic report to take.
Really is.
Also,
that was the line for In-N-Out.
Yes. Let's go to terrorism, by the way. Terrorism, they use the open border to pour in under Biden. The total number of terrorists who were apprehended going through the border under Donald Trump, 11. Under Biden, it's 362.
Just keeps growing.
Key fact number 3. All politicians want to talk about fentanyl and drug trafficking, but they don't really want to talk about, or certainly the left, the rate limiting factor of this problem. So in 2023, the CBP seized 1.1 billion doses of fentanyl, and then the overdose number was over 112,000 in a 12-month period for the first time ever. And as we know, these mind-destroying and lethal drugs that exist, like fentanyl, they come over the border. Hey, you want to say that it's a biological weapon engineered from China? That wouldn't necessarily be accurate. I don't know that the Chinese engineered fentanyl, but if you want to talk about them having an incentive to drive American fentanyl deaths or certainly addiction through that would be true. But guess what? Can't do it if we have some kind of border security, and not just the border, but also an immigration process that monitors this. The left can't. They cannot be looking out for you. It is not humanly possible. Can anyone tell me, genuinely, right here, can anyone tell me the net negative of having a wall, the net negative of having mass deportation, certainly of criminals here, people who've committed crimes, violent crimes of any kind? Can anyone tell me the net negative of having some kind of immigration reform in this country? It's certainly not that it's not cost effective. It would cost us far less. What we have right now is broken. It is not working. We have people who are being trafficked to a number that we haven't seen in the United States, even though human trafficking occurs at a rate that it's at an all-time high across the globe. I don't want that to happen here in the States. It is more dangerous to not have reform. It is more expensive. And Americans want reform. Anyone, comment below. The net negative of a wall and immigration policy. Oh, wait.
What about this argument? I hear this argument made by the left a lot, that our agricultural, economy would be severely affected. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a relatively racist argument that they make.
That's what I think too.
You're not going to find anyone other than Mexicans to work any type of manual labor outside. I don't know about that. I don't know if you've seen the pictures from when they built the Empire State Building, like in 10 months. They were eating their lunch on beams 50 stories up. I think you find plenty of Americans if you pay a fair wage. And by the way, it exists in a vacuum when they make that argument because people are incentivized to hire illegal immigrants. Why? Because they work off the books. They don't have to pay them as much. And so it drives the wages down and Americans can't work those jobs. You solve that problem, then you can have an honest negotiation, an honest setting of a wage for the task performed without needing giant public sector trade unions.
Yeah, and a lot of these folks use visas to do that job anyway.
I was about
so
to
they can
say,
legally do it.
You could fix the job. You could fix the problem. No, it would be very, very easy and save hundreds of billions of dollars annually. The wall costs you that much money once.
Once.
Maybe there's some upkeep, but it's not the full price.
Right. Also, by the way, in case you think that this makes you, if you're going to say the net negative is racism, you're a silly person. But you are all.
Sometimes he tries to lean but not being a bootlicker, then he says a ton of bootlicker type things. So I truly believe when it comes down to it, he would be.
Also, ironically, being racist because you were implying that the entire nation of Japan is racist. Let me give you some of their numbers.
Well, they might be.
2023, they definitely are. In Japan, they had 13,800 asylum-seeking applications. They granted 303. And I'm willing to bet nary a Chinese man amongst them.
They got that number's like they got Japanese dudes just sitting in an office just going over the numbers.
Like, no.
Nope.
Not to make enough money or contribute. Also, your skin is too dark.
What are you saying?
Oh, you're from China. No. It's about human. You don't believe in racism? You don't believe that prejudice can exist when people look relatively
and sound
similar.
Close too.
Sound close. Just look at how much the Japanese and Chinese people despise each other, both historically and today. And in the midst of all this, you have big three-letter agencies like the IRS. Rather than worrying about what affects you, worrying about what destroys the fabric of this country and looking out for you, they're actually worried about you and going after you.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Tax Network USA is here to help. They've helped thousands of Americans settle disputes with the IRS, and they can help you. But don't just take my word for it.
Ominous.
Gosh, I don't want to hear it.
It's very Beatles-ish.
It is, yeah. And I hate the Beatles as well as that comment.
That's because you're an uncultured rube.
No, I did fine, but they.
Okay. So I'm going to do an ad read. Yes. Gotta love capitalism. Capitalism. It's awesome. Ever feel like your IT bill is ticking time bomb? Hidden charges, out of scope surprises. It's enough to make any business owner lose their mind. We're the managed service provider that says no to billing nightmares. No more unexpected fees, no more gotcha invoices. Just straightforward, flat rate pricing for all IT support you need. We're talking unlimited help desk support 24/7, cybersecurity monitoring, network planning that actually makes sense, the expertise that runs deeper than the Mariana Trench when it comes to Microsoft products. We keep your systems running smoothly, protect you from those digital bad guys, and help your business grow. And the best part, You'll know exactly what you're paying every single month. No fine print, no nasty surprises. So if you're tired of being nickel and dimed by your IT provider, it's time to switch to the clear, simple choice, RxI2. We're the cure for IT billing headaches. IT peace of mind guaranteed. Call 1-855-402-3. Let's try that again. Call 1-855-402-2300. So, sweet. If any of you want to just click on that QR code and just punch in there, it'll register that you went there from you don't have to purchase anything. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled program. Ooh, what a freeze frame.
They suck.
Gerald's a rube.
Gerald's a rube. Hey, rube. Don't make
I should.
That song's about you, Gerald.
Yoko was my best friend. She broke that.
All you need is shut up. So, by this point, I appreciate him being patient, Dr. Robert Epstein. We're going to have him here in just a moment. It's no secret. We've talked about this, but it's getting worse. You know that Google is trying to rig this game in favor of Democrats by censoring, shadow banning, throttling, deplatforming, and manipulating algorithms going into an election. But believe your lying eyes and ears.
Meanwhile, the Republican National Committee is suing Google over its spam email filters. It accuses Google of suppressing Republican emails ahead of the election. But Google denies that. Specifically, the RNC says Gmail is discriminating against the political group by sending fundraising or get out the vote emails to junk folders.
YouTube extending its suspension of former President Trump's account now indefinitely.
So then we did announce the monetization change that Stephen Crowder his monetization.
So was that in
suspended.
reaction? The design docs were not just for nothing. They were sort of the preliminary signal that Google was going to make this hard left shift, which they then started to complete in 2017.
Now, of course, this would be in line with the fact that 98% of Silicon Valley donations go to Democrats. Now, keep in mind, you couldn't find that kind of a monolith in San Francisco. In San Francisco, if you were to take 1,000 people at random and look at their political donations, you would not see 98% go to Democrats. Or in New York City, Chicago, take your pick. Nowhere else but perhaps Hollywood and Silicon Valley. And depending on the election year, maybe Wall Street. That is not natural. That is by design, to be clear. That is manipulated. And a new study, and Dr. Robert Epstein is going to be here to talk about it, shows exactly how Google can rig and change in a way that is quantifiable the results of an actual election. So we are going to have on this program, I believe that he is there on the line. I appreciate his patience. Senior research psychologist at the American Institute of Behavioral Research and Technology. That's a mouthful. You can go to his website, drrobertepstein.com, to read more and illuminate this study for us. Dr. Robert Epstein. Dr. Epstein, I appreciate you being with us, sir.
It's my pleasure. I was on before with Gerald, whom I hear in the background.
Yes, and I'm sure that you would prefer to be on with him, but today you're stuck with me. So I appreciate you humoring us, and I want to make sure that first I got those plugs right. It's drrobertepstein.com, and that's where people can see the results of this new study. Correct?
No, absolutely not. But they can go to mygoogleresearch.com. That's one place to go.
Okay.
And the other place to go, which is very exciting for us because we spent almost $7 million developing this over a period of 8 years, and we implemented it last year, and I introduced it to Congress in my testimony last December. Go to americasdigitalshield.com. That's Americas with an S, digitalshield.com. And that is a dashboard, a real-time dashboard showing you the millions and millions of pieces of data that we're collecting 24 hours a day now, through the computers of a politically balanced group of more than 15,000 registered voters in all 50 states. We are actually collecting the content that big tech companies, Google especially, are sending to real registered voters, and we're doing this in real time, and we are analyzing the data as the data come in, and we are catching them red-handed. We are actually calculating the political bias in the content that they are sending to real registered voters around the country. And I'm working with AGs, members of Congress, election integrity groups, and others to make sure these data, which have never, ever been collected before, these data are going to stop these companies. They're going to push these companies out of our elections, and our data right this second are showing a number of manipulations that they're using right now. That's number one. I can tell you about that stuff. But number two, they're actually showing that since we implemented this in November of last year, so it's been 6 months, Google has been gradually reducing the liberal bias in its search results. So if you look at americasdigitalshield.com, you'll actually see a graph showing you this gradual change in Google search.
Right. And the thing is, you just mentioned a few sites, so now we're not going to see your face. It's just going to be lower thirds. But I want people, they can go and see these results, obviously in real time. But there have been some trends. I use the term results, but trends that you have noted and you've discussed and we've seen and we've been looking at this morning. Explain to people this fact that's just jumped out of the page to me, that Google could take votes or could take elections, for example, or polling data that would be a 50-50 split and flip that to a 90-10. Can you explain to people who don't work in tech or data analytics how that happens, what has been done to affect this kind of massive change?
Sure. This is one of our basic research projects. That project you're mentioning is called Search Suggestion Effect, or SSE. We just had a paper accepted into one of the top peer-reviewed journals in the world, which is all about our study on SSE. And this is really scary and surprising stuff. Quick background, in 2016, there was a little news service, now pretty much defunct, which released a 7-minute video showing that you could not get negative search suggestions on Google for Hillary Clinton. But if you go to Bing or Yahoo, you got Hillary Clinton is the devil, Hillary Clinton is evil, Hillary Clinton is sick, and so on. You got the stuff people are actually searching for.
Right.
But on Google, all you could get that summer was Hillary Clinton is awesome and Hillary Clinton is winning, which no one was searching for.
Right.
So yes, actually, we looked that up on Google Trends. No one was searching for those things, but that's all Google would suggest. So I got curious, and that started a research project on search suggestions, and that led to this discovery, which is about to be published, as I said, now in a peer-reviewed journal. And this is what we found by doing randomized controlled experiments, very rigorous experiments scientifically. We found that people are more likely, sometimes 10 to 20 times more likely, to click on negative search suggestions. Anything that contains a negative term like suicide or evil. We're attracted to things like that. This is called negativity bias in the social sciences. It's also called the cockroach in the salad phenomenon, because if there's a cockroach in your salad, all of your attention is drawn to it and it ruins the whole salad.
Or a Kardashian.
Positive things, right. Positive things don't work that way. So if you have a plate of sewage and you put a piece of candy in the middle, it does not make the sewage okay. Negative things draw attention. So we figured out that Google was suppressing negative search suggestions for Hillary Clinton, but not for other people, because what that leads to is that when there's a negative, let's say for Donald Trump, they're flashing negative suggestions at you. Of course. And at the time they were doing that that most people click on those negative suggestions. That takes you to a website which gives you negative information about that candidate. So one of the simplest ways to promote your candidate is to suppress negative search suggestions. And what we discovered in our experiments is that by doing that, we could turn a 50-50 split among undecided voters into a 90-10 split with no one having the slightest idea they have been manipulated.
Right.
This is the kind of manipulation that they use. We've, over the years, discovered and quantified 10 manipulations like this, which together in this year's presidential election allow Google to shift between 6.4 and 25.5 million votes in the presidential election. That's just Google.
Right. And it's not accounted for when people look at electoral spending. Right. People imagine how much you would pay for that kind of an advantage.
Yeah.
I maintain what I said earlier. I'm amazed that in this atmosphere right now that any conservatives or Republicans win ever at all. And if there happened to be an even playing field, I don't think that leftists could ever win again, because the fact that it's even within striking distance with this going on, and we have experienced this quite a bit, anecdotally, not only on the YouTube channel being demonetized and seeing a difference of several hundred percentage points consistently that we've tracked. We've also seen it, for example, with Alexa, where it was very positive. To give a very specific example, all positive on Muhammad. Well, if you just ask who is Muhammad, and all negative on Jesus Christ. And when we published this video, it was kind of a goof over Thanksgiving weekend. By Monday, they had changed it back. But that doesn't change the millions potentially of people who are being given misinformation before they were caught. And that's the great misdeed that's committed here. It requires someone like you to catch them, which brings me to another question. What made you want to start performing these studies and start digging into this in the first place?
Because on January 1st, 2012, I got 9 emails. When I was on your show before, I had forgotten the exact number. Now I know it was 9 emails from Google saying that my website had been hacked and they were blocking access. I've been a programmer my whole life, and I just got very curious about Google all of a sudden, because I said, well, first of all, who made them the sheriff of the internet? I mean, why am I not hearing from some government agency or some nonprofit organization? Why Google? They're the sheriff?
Yes.
And the other thing that really intrigued me as a programmer was they were blocking access not just through Google search, which I get, that's Google, but they were blocking access somehow or other through Safari, which is part of Apple.
Mm-hmm.
They were blocking access through Firefox, which is part of a nonprofit organization called Mozilla. And I thought, wait a minute, that's crazy. How are they doing that? And I started looking at Google with a serious critical eye. And by the end of that year, I was planning to start doing actual controlled experiments to see what the heck they were all about and why they were suppressing what they were suppressing and why they were boosting what they were boosting. And we began to do controlled experiments. The very first experiment we ever ran used biased search results favoring one candidate or another. And I thought in that first experiment that we could probably shift voting preferences by 2 or 3%, which doesn't sound like much, but in a very close election, that could flip the election. In that first experiment, though, we got a shift of 43%, which I thought was an error, obviously. So we repeated it. And by the way, this is not with college sophomores. This is with a representative sample of U.S. voters.
Mm-hmm.
In the second experiment, we got a shift of 66%. And I thought, what's going on here? We might be onto something.
Yes.
And that led to our first national study, and it just went on and on and on. And it gets scarier every single year.
Can I ask you a question? Because obviously you have a lot of data here at your fingertips. And you mentioned Hillary Clinton as an example, right? And that's one that's obviously a national example people would be familiar with. I'm sure you probably have done some digging into more localized or maybe lesser known political conflicts right now or races. How often do you see the bias line up the other way, where it favors conservatives? How often do you see that from Google?
Never. But the amazing thing is that we have a couple of times now gotten them to back down, so at least it goes close to 0. And that, I think, is what we really need. If you want to level out this playing field, to use your term, that's what we have to do. We have to push them to 0 bias.
Yeah.
By the way, I lean left politically myself.
I know.
So, go for it, Google.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I say to myself, wait a minute, this is a democracy.
Right.
It's not supposed to be controlled by a private company, which is not accountable to the public. So that's why we started building monitoring systems 8 years ago. It's very, very, very difficult to do, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
But we finally perfected the technique and last year we built the world's first nationwide monitoring system. And the logic here is that this finally, and for the first time, will make Google and other tech companies accountable to the public, because we're actually capturing and preserving on a massive scale nationwide the content that they're actually using to manipulate kids, manipulate elections, manipulate all of us.
Right.
But we're capturing it, and that's never been done before.
I'm very grateful to hear that. And I have two questions. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
I was just going to interrupt you again, just to.
It doesn't matter. That's fine.
Yeah, that's right.
No
I
one
keep
cares if you're.
interrupting
Please go. You're I was going to ask about the multiple platforms
You can
effect.
just kick me off the show.
I won't because
multiple platforms effect. Okay. Now how do you even know about that? Because that's brand new.
Well, we're nerds here. At
But
Lotto
anyway,
Strategy.
I'll
I know
tell you,
I'm
we
a court
just
jester, but we
finished.
do our
So this is-
research. So, it's very interesting because we've experienced this, right? We've experienced this as being the biggest. I don't say this to toot my own horn. The biggest conservative channel that's ever existed on YouTube had the lights turned off as far as organic reach, and of course, that also we saw that same effect on Google, not just YouTube. And there are also third-party servers through YouTube players. Basically, if you're seeing videos, it's basically part of the same service, and you may not know the bias that you're seeing. So we're familiar with it kind of behind the scenes, but this term is something that a lot of people out there think, oh, it's just YouTube. I don't watch YouTubers. So the multiple platform effect, explain that to people who don't know.
No. Well, this is one of the scariest things we've discovered so far, and we just finished a few days ago. In fact, last Wednesday, we just finished months of research on this, the 10th effect that we've discovered so far over the past 11 years. It's called MPE, Multiple Platforms Effect. And what this research shows and what it quantifies, what it measures, is what happens if people are exposed not just to biased content on one platform, let's say Google search, but maybe similarly biased content, let's say on YouTube or on Facebook or on even Alexa, which is answering people's questions, and by the way, is politically biased.
Of course.
So what happens if they're exposed to similarly biased content on multiple platforms? And what we have found is that the effect is additive, meaning if they're exposed to that bias on one platform, in fact, this is our most recent research, we're going to see a shift of 40% or so, like we have in the past. But if we then expose people to a second platform, even though the content is different, but if the bias is the same or similar, now we go up to 50% shift. And a third platform, we go up to a 60% shift. And by the way, these numbers are so big. That means you're literally taking 60% of the people who are undecided and you're moving them. You're shifting them in whatever direction you choose.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I say whatever direction we choose, I mean that because we're randomly assigning people to one group or another. So it's whatever direction we choose. That's how powerful these effects are.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have to go back a little bit because you mentioned that RNC lawsuit
Google
against
decides
Google
elections, basically.
when Google was supposedly shifting tens of millions of emails from the RNC to its constituency into people's spam boxes so that the vast majority of people would never see those emails. RNC ran to court and the case got thrown out. Why? Because like you, and given the examples you've given me so far, they just had anecdotal data.
Sure.
Now that's what we've done is change that. We have changed that. We no longer have just anecdotal data. We have massive amount of data coming in from all 50 states. We so far have court admissible data in 16 states. If we can get that number way up in the next couple of months, we will push Google out of the election and take back the free and fair election, which is a critical cornerstone of democracy. Right. And that's why, to answer your question, that's why I'm doing this work, because even though I lean left, I love this country and I love our system of government. As flawed as it is, there's nothing better than it in the world, nothing. And I want this to take this back for the people. This should not be government by Google. This should be government by the people.
Right. Let me ask you something, though, Dr. Epstein, and I don't say this at all to be adversarial, but as someone who leans left and someone who is now, you have access to data that people could only dream of, right? And you see this consistent pattern. And as you've noted, you don't see the bias go any other way with conservatives. You lean left, but this obviously is disturbing to you. You mentioned the multiple platform effect. Why do you think it is that the people with whom you would maybe align more politically invariably try to silence all oppositions? And that is not the same problem that you see on the right. You know, if you're talking about, for example, anecdotally, a Facebook page, a YouTube channel, search results, Twitter, all happened in one day where we were deplatformed and then we got back, we were demonetized. It's happened with many people. This isn't a coincidence. Why, as someone who leans left, do you think it is the left that exclusively is doing this and trying to silence political opposition?
Because they can, because we have never put in place any kind of regulations or laws that limit them, that stop them from doing these things. So now put yourself in their shoes. If you had that kind of power, which they do, they absolutely have that power. No one has ever tried to stop them before. The monitoring system that we've set up is the first in the world. And believe me, they've tried to stop us. I mean, we have to take all kinds of precautions to try to protect ourselves and our data.
Sure.
But the fact is, if you were in their shoes, you know, you're a person of conviction. You're a person of conviction. You have very strong values and political beliefs. If you had that power, wouldn't you be tempted to use that power to shift votes and opinions and attitudes and beliefs? That's what they're doing. They're using the power because they can, because no one is stopping them. No laws, no regulations. You can't even sue them under the law called CDA 230. I mean, they're protected from lawsuits. Mm-hmm. They can do anything they want. Now, one of the leaks from Google is an 8-minute video with a strange title, The Selfish Ledger. If you look up The Selfish Ledger online, in fact, if you then type my name in, you might get my annotated transcript to this 8-minute film. This video was made by Google's Advanced Products Division, and in it, they explain that Google has the power to re-engineer humanity according to, and I am not kidding because it's right in the video, according to Google's values. Right, Google's values. I mean, just how they have the power. They're using the power.
Yeah,
I know how to stop them.
I do know that that you do have a lot of tools at your disposal to stop them. In answering your question, I wouldn't. I understand that many people on the right would, but it kind of becomes a self-defeating prophecy because the inherent conservative worldview is that we believe that individuals should make decisions more for themselves. We don't believe that centralized power is a healthy thing, whereas that is a tenet of the progressive left, right? That is a tenet of, okay, we understand that centralized power is actually better because they know how to more effectively organize people's lives. So it really could never happen because you can't get conservatives to get in the room and agree on anything. And you know what? I will say we had, we have the biggest channel on YouTube, and we're the ones who do unedited Change My Mind, where anyone can come on and have discussion. That the approach, if you look at it, I would argue, from the right has been equal footing, level playing field, and the approach from the left has always been, at least in modern American history, certainly with big tech, silence opposition. And I do think it's a stark contrast. And I don't think, by the way, that that's all liberals. I think it's effectively a religious oligarchy, only you replace religious with big tech oligarchy right now. And they want to recreate humanity in the image, like you said, that they believe to be fit. I have a couple of questions from some members of chat, if you could entertain them for a second. And this one was interesting to me. This comes to me from CM Fuller. He said, how much more difficult would it be to manipulate, for example, a race that is further spread in points, as opposed to being close 50-50? but one that might be definitively, let's say, in a red district. What would the data tell us on that?
That's an excellent question, and I can answer it very precisely. Any election at all in which, let's say, the Republican has a projected win margin of 4% or less, that election is decided by Google. Google has absolute 100% control over outcomes in which the win margin, the spread, is 4% or less. That's Google decides who wins that. Wow. Do they take an interest in every single election? Probably not.
No.
But they do take an interest, obviously, in any of the congressional elections for sure, and then any national election. So now, what happens over 4%? If there's more than a 4% spread, well, that it just gets harder for them, but they can still pull it off. But it just gets harder for them. So, what the bottom line is, they can shift in any election, large or small, between 20 and 80% of undecided voters, without those voters having the slightest idea that they've been manipulated. So you just do the math in any given election. It's easy to figure out pretty much, what percentage of voters at any point in time are undecided. And a lot of surveys are done showing projected win margins. And we actually have tables that we've published where you can actually look up some of the numbers, and you can tell whether Google can flip that election or control the outcome or not. And by the way, Google has the same numbers. Google knows where they can control and where in some cases they can't. Now, remember, they can't really affect the people at the extremes very, very much.
Of course,
they can try to mobilize their base to get more people, on the left to vote. They can try to discourage some Republicans from voting at all. And by the way, you're seeing a lot of that happening right now because, you think it's just maybe Trump and some nutcases who are discrediting the American election process, and maybe that's going to discourage some Republicans from voting. All that messaging, right, that's discouraging people on the right from voting, it's all coming from big tech. It's big tech that's spreading those messages, because any message at all that goes viral, that goes viral because the tech companies are allowing it or making it go viral. Any kind of messaging, all the messaging about getting upset about ballot harvesting and ballot stuffing and all that stuff, that's all being spread by Google and the gang, because they want you looking at those somewhat silly manipulations. I say somewhat silly. They're not silly, but they are inherently competitive. Both sides do those things, right? And Google wants you looking at those things so you don't look at them.
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't say so, because obviously it's a crime against a constitutional republic, but it pales in comparison. For example, we talked about on this program the Dominion voting machines paling in comparison to just what big tech has done. Now, that is absolutely, in other words, if it makes someone nutty to believe that the election is rigged through interference or through bias, well, then I guess we're both nutty, because this is exactly what we're talking about right here. This is not an honest and fair election when the most powerful companies that have ever existed on Earth are interfering against the will in some instances, certainly as we see right now. If the election was held today, Donald Trump is president, you know it, I know it, everyone on MSNBC, CNN knows it. They don't want that to happen. It's pull out all the stops. That's interference, in my opinion.
If people go to americasdigitalshield.com, you scroll down, you'll actually see a list of some of the many, many, many elections that Google has rigged. And we know this beyond the shadow of any doubt. We know how to factor Google out of an election and see what the results would have been. Mm-hmm. And one of the elections that we list is the 2020 presidential election, because in that election, Trump won only 5 out of the 13 swing states, which is why he lost in the Electoral College. When we factor Google out in 2020, Trump would have won 11 of the 13 swing states and easily won in the Electoral College. Moreover, we calculated that Google shifted at least 6 million votes to Joe Biden, whom I supported, by the way, although I regret that. But the point is, Google shifted at least 6 million votes to Joe Biden. And think about that. By how many votes did Joe Biden win the popular vote? Well, I think it was around 7 million or so. If you factor Google out of that election, the popular vote itself would have been virtually tied.
Right.
That's how powerful Google and to a lesser extent the other tech companies are.
Yeah.
And people are just unaware. They're getting distracted by stuff which is much smaller scale, inherently competitive, has little net effect, and that's what the tech companies are making us do. They're making us look over here,
Yes.
There's nothing over here where we are. Look over here.
Yes, I think it's multifaceted, but the single biggest contributing factor for sure is this. I mean, to give you an example, we've talked about this. Biggest election stream that's ever taken place on YouTube or any platform, 2020, we were removed by the midterms. They guaranteed it couldn't happen again. And from 17 million, and then it was the biggest stream off of YouTube, and we fully anticipate that to happen. And actually, we'll probably be in touch because we have some boots on the ground and some access to data that we are building up in real time during election night. So we will be able to call states. A lot of people don't realize they basically get it from one news wire. If you go by Fox News, CNN, a couple of mainstream outlets, so that this can be tracked in real time. Yes, I highly encourage people to go and check out this data. Where's the best place for people to go? Is it this America's Digital Shield? American Digital Shield?
Well, if you want to see the system, this monitoring, in action, go to americasdigitalshield.com. And if you want to sponsor one of our field agents, unfortunately, we can't take volunteers because if we took volunteers, which we've tried to in the past, Google sends us people, and then we get invalid data.
Yes.
So So if you want to sponsor one of our field agents, we call them, go to America's Digital Shield, just click on the sponsorships, $25 a month. That's all we pay these people. And these are real patriots. And by the way, they're politically balanced. They have to be politically balanced so we have court admissible data. Or if you just want to check out the whole thing, the research, the monitoring, go to mygoogleresearch.com. And by the way, we could easily get shut down. I just want to warn everyone.
Oh, I know.
We're doing what Justice Brandeis recommended 100 years ago. He said sunlight is the best disinfectant. That's what we are. We're the sunlight. We're shining the light on these companies. We're building this enormous archive of incriminating data. But we could easily get shut down, and either from lack of funds or just electronic attacks.
Of course.
So we need people. We need people's help on this. We desperately need people's help. MyGoogleResearch.com, AmericasDigitalShield.com. And look at that. I urge everyone to please look at that because you'll see the bias. That's data updated every 5 minutes, 24 hours a day. And that's data coming from more than 15,000 registered voters in all 50 states, 24 hours a day. Google cannot identify these people. It's a very, very sophisticated tech system. And no laws or regulations are there to stop them. And even if someone did, through some miracle, pass a law, they would just ignore the law. That's what they've done in Europe. Laws and regulations can easily be ignored. And by the way, without a monitoring system in place, you don't even know if there's any compliance. You have to have monitoring. That's the key.
Right.
To see what they're doing and to make them accountable.
Well, I highly recommend that everybody out there go. We have your links in the description. Go check you out and give you their support. And yes, although I would not apply the quote of sunlight being the best disinfectant to personal wound care, if you find yourself in that situation, peroxide, some kind of grain alcohol, Neosporin, bandage it. But the principle is very much appreciated. Dr. Robert Epstein, I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate you giving me the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Be well. So this has been Dr. Robert Epstein. Appreciate it. You know what? I sent him to the wrong website because he has like 19.
He does have a lot of
right off the bat. I was like, well, I figured that was the centralized one, but it is a valuable dashboard that people can use. And like you said, it could go away. He is going to be targeted. I know we've gone late here today because I thought that was important enough for people to see. And we'll take some more questions on Mug Club. Also, if you are not watching right now, we're going to be playing Hipster or Hobo on Mug Club. That's fun.
If you're not a member of Mug Club.
If you're not a member of Mug Club.
They're not watching right now. They have no idea what we're saying.
Show him your support. And we are gearing up for the election. 2024. We are gearing up. Like he said, anecdotal is not enough. And for the first time in modern election history, this November, we will be able to provide you the kind of data in real time that has never been afforded to anyone of a new media audience. It's sort of been, we've had gatekeepers in legacy media, and guess what? They've lost their right. They've lied to you.
Yep.
We are all hands on deck. So
taking it back.
Yep. And that can't happen without your support. So if you're watching right now on Rumble, click that button. You get to continue on Mug Club and, of course, get access to everything else there. And if you are on YouTube, I don't know what you're still doing after that interview. Piss off.
We got to pick it up on locals, I think. I didn't catch that last half hour.
On Mug Club and, of course, get access to everything else there. And if you are on YouTube, I don't know what you're still doing after that interview. Piss off.
Toolman's being moody.
Just
I was like,
messing
yeah,
with
I'm
you,
ready.
Joe.
And he's like, no, I'm not.
Okay, are you sure?
So one of the things, like, obviously we've got the interview for Dr. Robert Epstein. Make sure you go and check that out. We'll also put that link out there for everybody to make sure they can go and see it. But it is absolutely terrifying when you consider the power that Google has. And I think you need to see what we're saying with your own eyes so that you will understand that it's not some theory, right? So one of the things that we deal with in this business is separating even on our own team, and this really is the main problem that we have right now that we kind of have to sift through, is a good argument versus somebody trying to exploit something for clicks, right? There's a great argument to be made that Joe Biden had to be let off the stage by hand, right? That's great. Now, if somebody's out there kind of claiming and extending a clip and making it look like he was standing there for 20 seconds, kind of in a somewhat frozen state, whatever that was.
Well, that was what, last week, where it looked like he was taking a dump, but he totally was. He was just sitting down.
He was trying to find a chair, right? We have to do that. And it's like, guys, don't do that. And here's why.
Yeah.
Because stuff like this comes out and people don't believe it, because like it's just another thing where they're saying this. Like, no, we have data that you could actually enter into a court of law as evidence. Right. And that data is real. Go and see it. One of the things that we did to prove it to you was when Donald Trump was convicted, he started raising money Chris Pavlovsky pointed this out, and I saw it, and we actually did our own tests where we brought it up, and it said, I think it was how to donate to, and we put T, and the autofill didn't give you Trump, right? We put R, no Trump. We put U, no Trump. We put Trump and hit enter. And the only thing that showed up was a paid ad, and then it was just stories about Donald Trump and fundraising, not a site to go to donate to Donald Trump. Think about that. Like if you're somebody who's trying to do something very quickly, we talk about this all the time. You make this transaction process as frictionless as possible because people will forget, they'll get busy, they'll move on. If you're trying to go and donate to Donald Trump and something happens, your kid spills something else happens, and you put in TR and it doesn't come up and you can't get there quickly, it greatly impacts the amount of people that can get to your site and donate. And we showed you in real time, like we actually did our own results.
It could be the same to the tune of 50% if you don't have, for example, Apple Pay or PayPal or something that people readily have available. If you have to enter in your credit card information, your address, there are studies that show that people they go, I'll do it later. I'll wait for something similar to, arrive on Amazon.
I hope I'm not spoiling any questions here from chat, but I wanted to ask you a question and get your opinion on something. Like, how do we know it's a thing, that it's happening. Obviously, we had Dr. Epstein on here. He's telling us there actually is data. We can go look at the data. They're going to submit it to court. Article on it. This is real.
Yes.
How do we, one, convince everybody that it is real? And two, how do we stop it? Because I think he made a good point about they do it because they can. Yeah. He's wrong when he said you would, because I know you wouldn't personally, but we do know there are conservatives out there that, if given the opportunity, would take advantage of the same privileges. So how do we?
There are individual conservatives, but it doesn't. The issue is, again, this is a worldview issue, and I think he's very, very intelligent. I would argue there's the answer that they can lack some wisdom there in understanding the fundamentally different worldview is a worldview that says you have to allow people to make their own decisions versus one that says we know better will lend itself to we know better in every facet. And that's why the left, it's not that the left can now, that they just found themselves there.
Yeah.
It's that the left by design has arrived there and they're going to maintain their stranglehold on it. I think.
Well, I understand that, but just for, hypothetical sense.
How do you make people aware?
How do we end it without taking control of these companies? And
it's exceedingly difficult. That's why we have, for example, migrated over to Rumble. That's why we have tried to make people very aware of what is going on. That is why, frankly, even we have fought back against, what we call big con and people who on the right capitulate to YouTube. I mean, you have companies out there who are entirely monetized, and if you work for their company and you run afoul of YouTube, they will fire you. And we see that a lot in the conservative movement. That's why we felt as though that was something that we couldn't go along with. We need to get enough people off of these platforms. So let me give you an example. Here's what could happen. We used to have television. 3 networks and an Indian would pop up and go beep, at the end. You only had 3 choices. Then you had cable, right? And it became very fractured. Hundreds of stations. I don't even know when I go to a hotel which ones are music stations. I don't even understand anymore. I've never used cable.
900 of them.
900 of them. Just smooth jazz.
Rough jazz. I don't sound like rough jazz myself.
Well, it's just the deaf MC
with a saxophone in the background.
This is Kenny G, the Brazilian granny,
and a cello.
Yeah, Yo-Yo Ma. So it became fractured where people now, even though Fox News, for example, is far less watched than say Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson prime numbers were Super Bowl numbers, more comparable to Super Bowl numbers. Even if you go a little bit forward, American Idol was, I believe they were pulling early on 20-something million.
Yeah.
Fox News, people would say, oh my gosh, they're number one. Well, they mean number one in cable news. We're still talking about hundreds of thousands of viewers during the day total, and a peak viewership of 2 to 3 million at night. It's not even close, but it's fractured because CNN is lucky to get a couple 100,000 viewers outside of airports. Same thing you see this with music, right? You used to have top 40, and that's pretty much who you knew. Today, we've talked about this, where it's not that you're older or out of touch. Everyone kind of has the ability to discover their own niche, and so people are fractured. We don't have the same music. We don't all have the same show. Everyone tuned in and watched Johnny Carson. That was their choice. Then, just use that. You had Leno, Letterman, then you have Conan, you have Kimmel, you have Fallon, you have all these different choices. You had Comedy Central, Jon Stewart, then you had Samantha Bee, you have Bill Maher. There are many more choices. I think that is the best case scenario what we can hope for with these big tech platforms. In other words, right now, Google, YouTube is still kind of a stranglehold. May not seem like a lot that I believe Rumble is at 6%, but no one has ever come close to 6% of the multimedia market share as far as video. Then if you can get, let's say, Rumble to 15%, you can get another person to a 15%, another person to an 8%, to a 7%. Now it looks more like different Spotify playlists than it does the Google search engine. So fracturing that, there won't be any one person who has all of the influence. The problem is this process right now, where we find ourselves, where it's basically 3 companies. Let's call it 5, right? You have Alphabet, which is Google, YouTube, and a lot of third-party players that people don't know about. A lot of videos that you see playing, auto-playing, that still is under Alphabet. Meta, which is, Facebook, Instagram. And then you could add Twitter kind of to that, but you could certainly add Apple, and you could add Amazon. So anywhere from 4 to 6 main companies, maybe Microsoft. And then you look at the people who spend the advertising on those platforms, and it's 5 companies, 5 multimedia conglomerates. There's Viacom, there's Time Warner, Comcast, there's, I believe it's ABC Disney and NBC Universal, News Corp, or which includes Fox Searchlight, and of course also includes Fox News. Those companies also dominate the vast majority now of advertising dollars. And so big tech is beholden to a handful of media corporations. You have basically 4 to 6 big tech corporations beholden to 4 to 6 media corporations, and 98% of them lean one way politically by design. That gets fractured. Think about this for a second. You're not seeing the giant film premieres like you used to. You're seeing people, whether on YouTube or on Rumble, get bigger numbers than all of cable news combined at this point. The more that fractures, the less of a stranglehold on power they have. That hasn't happened yet with search engines. We've seen it happen a little bit more with social media. For example, like Facebook was the one player that's not really anymore.
No.
Of course, big tech, unfortunately, is still an incubator that breeds leftism. You see it with YouTube and Rumble a little bit. If you see more of that, more and more and more of that, they lose some of their power. And that's where you can actually speak. You will not be able to speak the truth on YouTube. That's when we said we will take a haircut on YouTube numbers and migrate to Rumble, because we always want to reach new people, but there's no benefit to reach new people if you can't even espouse the truth. And today, you cannot speak the truth on YouTube, Google, and expect anyone to find it. It's not possible. So hopefully more people migrate. And we can just sort of say, hey, follow us this way as best we can. And if you add a couple hundred other people with major platforms, major programs, that can make a difference. And then a multi-pronged approach of people like Epstein out there collecting data can make a difference. A few key lawsuits, if representatives stop being useless bags of shit, that could help.
At a certain point, I think, though, some of the stuff has to be considered illegal. I mean,
it is illegal. Yeah.
Okay.
It's election interference. I mean,
it just
okay. And I think that's the point.
Is that the actual crime, or is that just like,
well, I don't know.
Election interference is illegal. Obviously, that's illegal, and what they're doing is election interference. So that just sounds like you're defining things rather than an actual action being covered by a code or
I think
a regulation or something. But you don't want to overregulate stuff. So that's kind of like
but we have regulations on what you can do for political advertising. There are rules and regulations around all of that, and essentially what they are doing is advertising for a candidate. It is a campaign contribution that would absolutely exceed any legal limits possible, right? You're basically making that contribution every single time you suppress a negative result or you highlight a negative result for your opponent, right? So I think there's an easy way to get to the law part of it, but we need these organizations. Like, we're in a very dangerous place because the problem is that people don't know. The problem is that people don't know because the company implicated controls what people know, right? They will always have that unless they are able to have some kind of transparency and accountability. And it doesn't mean that we get to determine what they say or what they do, right? But we just have to be able to go in and look and see exactly what is going on and not have this weird system where the companies that can shift culture and a country completely have zero oversight and accountability, but every other company, like, go try to start an alcohol business. Go try to start a gun store. Go try to sell cigarettes or cigars. The regulations that you have to go through and the amount of oversight is crippling for most companies. And these guys who basically can determine everything. It was a Bond villain who all he wanted to do was control media because he knew that's where all the power was. You can do every other thing if you control the media. That's it. And we allow companies like Google to just kind of do their thing, and we keep them from being sued.
I think that there are two major contributing factors as to why, if the election was held today, Donald Trump wins. and that's Rumble and X.
Yeah.
That's enough of a shift. Now, it's not even close to a majority, and still, we're really just looking at balance. I mean, if you're a liberal, you're allowed on Rumble. If you're a liberal, you're allowed on Twitter or X, sorry. They're not nearly as biased.
They'll say a balanced platform is a right wing bias. That's what they say about Twitter all the time. It's
pull it up right now. No.
Surgeon General, social media is an important contributor to your mental health problems.
So here's what they're trying to do right now. Now, I understand this, but listen in context of what we just said. Maybe this sounds a little bit different. Surgeon General, social media is an important contributor to youth mental health problems. So don't let your children get on social media. Make sure they're watching us.
Right.
Don't let them see this show. Don't let them see the information that they can get on Rumble, the information they can get on X. Make sure that you're sending them over to us. Now, I understand that there is a mental health problem with youth getting on social media, but the timing of that just freaks me out a little bit.
Well, that's also why this is not a social media
problem. CNN doesn't want your kids off social media, though.
No, they don't.
No.
And that's also why this is not
CNN.
That's also why this right here is not a social media show. You'll find some clips, but it's not. There are shows that are designed they're not even real shows, just for 10-second, 30-second social media reels. We've said we want this to be, we want this to be scheduled viewing, just like it used to be. Hey, this time we're going to sit down as a family, watch this show. You're part of a community. It's something you set, you forget. We provide the resources because we understand how inherently unhealthy it is. And we do that at the cost of this business. And we're able to do it because of you, Mug Club. I can't tell you how many people who are experts who've come in and say, you got to do this and a this and a clip and a this and a this and an interact. And it's like, look, yes, interactions are valuable because of the community, not because we want to manipulate an algorithm and reach people with something that isn't true. We've talked about this before. For example, it's really hard. You do see it on the right, and these are often new people who aren't necessarily super conservative. 2-point-something million new unregistered voters in Texas just this year. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. That's not a program. That's designed for social media clicks.
Right.
It's not the same as a company trying to fundamentally alter a country, but we've tried to design the show in a different way, and that's why we've done we did the Clean Slate campaign. And I will tell you, I don't have social media. I don't have Instagram on my phone.
Yeah.
X is only because I need to check the trending news. I haven't been to my. I think I have a personal Facebook in many, many years. I think it's very, very toxic. It's corrosive. Yeah. There's a value in reaching people, but if it's not about community, then it's just about turning you into a commodity that can be sold for dollars. I don't know if we have time for Hipster or Hobo.
We may not today. We may just need to save that.
Okay, do you understand, chat? Let's take some chat and save it for tomorrow because, every now and then, hopefully, Mug Club, I hope you understand why we wanted to complete that interview right there on YouTube because he was talking about YouTube. Also, it gives us some good research to see if they throttle that.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, watch the numbers on that.
Yes.
That's a great guess, and he gave us a great tool to go look at.
Yes, many, many websites. He needs one. He needs
6
one.
minute ads.
Yeah, just direct, or at least have one placeholder site where people can go.
Like a link tree or something.
Yes. Yeah. A link tree. Put your OnlyFans on.
Yeah, I bet it would. I bet it's good.
Yes, I bet it is good.
I bet he said he leans left, so I like a.
It's one of those.
I like a left leaning.
Those veers. Let's grab some chats.
All right, first chat from Sleazy Banana Slug.
Hey,
don't talk about yourself that way.
Clean it up.
I think this is supposed to say trial, but what are the odds that the train for Trump was planned to make him miss the debates? Feels like they're trying to steal an election without the help of Twitter this time.
I don't see the connection here. I mean, the first debate is before the sentencing would be anyway, which is next Thursday. Make sure you tune in. We're going to be covering that live. And then the next one after that is September-ish. I can't remember the exact date.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they throw him in jail, he could technically Zoom call from jail, I guess, to the debate.
He had to agree to it, too.
Still win.
It'd be hilarious with a teardrop tattoo.
Yeah. So I'm the president of the jail. Like he's already won them over.
I've got a great recipe for toilet wine after this.
That's right. Trump Winery Toilet Wine Special Edition.
He would be in there and he would be running a commissary out of his cell.
He's somehow going to stop people from entering the prison.
Yes.
The immigration.
Yes.
I don't necessarily know.
I don't think the trial. But some of the other trials later on are.
They said train.
I know they meant trial.
Oh, I was very confused.
Trials. Yeah,
I think they meant. Yeah, I think they meant trial too. I don't know what the train would be.
No, of course that's what they're trying. I don't necessarily know if it'll be effective.
Yeah.
Let's grab it. They're pulling out all the stops. You're watching it in real time. This is election interference. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from your cousin Vinny. Question for the crew: will Google and all the other tech companies straighten up if Trump is reelected? Also, just received my girthy mug in the mail.
Oh, well, we're very happy for you. We hope that you enjoy that. They wouldn't straighten up because Trump is president.
Nope.
They would straighten up because of overwhelming data or public opinion.
Yeah.
For example, like we're talking about with Robert Epstein. They wouldn't, because Donald Trump is president. When I was at Fox News when Mitt Romney was running against Barack Obama, and I remember executives there saying, obviously it's better for the country if Mitt Romney wins, which is kind of silly saying out loud. But at that point in time, I said, but it's better for the business, right? Being the voice of opposition for Fox News. I said, you think that the conservatives aren't the voice of opposition if there's someone with an R in the White House? I remember people saying that about Donald Trump, going like, I guess no. Then it just became an absolute smorgasbord of people looking for information. Why? Because what happens is now you see the dynamic playing out in real time. What I mean by that is when Barack Obama is president, you have the White House, the administration, government, right? They're parroting certain talking points. And the left is parroting those talking points. Now you have people on the right saying, hey, that's not true. But what you don't see is that conflict, because you're hearing one voice, certainly back then in the mainstream media. Once Donald Trump becomes president, you have the administration with talking points, with whatever arguments they want to present, and an adversarial media immediately. So there's conflict playing out in the open. And so it actually brings up the voice of conservatives, because people who may be undecided go, well, hold on, what's true right now? I see the media. They obviously hate this administration. They obviously hate conservatives. I'm seeing two different perspectives. Which one is correct? And at the very least, it gives a fighting chance to people on the right, on alternative media, to let their voices be heard. So a lot of people think that the opposition is Washington, D.C. If you would take the power of Washington, D.C. over Hollywood or Palo Alto, I think you need a CAT scan. It doesn't change a damn thing if Trump is president or not, as far as who the enemy of the people are. And that's the big tech oligarchy that you see. And of course, the legacy media establishment.
He was already president once.
Yes.
And they didn't fall in line.
No, they got worse.
They actively fought him for 4 years. After 3, they got a pretty good fight with the COVID pandemic and stuff. Yeah. But
they got worse than ever.
Yeah. So it definitely won't curb at all.
No, they're not afraid of it. They don't actually fear it, because it's not really the president who affects consequences for those in government. We've seen that. That's what the swamp is. It's unelected bureaucrats in positions of I guess wrongful, ill-gotten gain as it relates to influence. Using Fauci as an example. Not elected, had influence that people didn't grant him. That's what you have with many, 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 many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of employees in the public sector, let alone the media and big tech.
All right, next chat. Question for the crew from Pork Doctor. Do you think that the Dems know Joe is going to lose in November and are focusing on getting the House and Congress instead so they can handicap Trump? Josh, thank you for your service.
No, it's typhus.
Typhus.
I've had typhus 3 times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's easy to get rid of.
Is it?
Yeah, just a couple fingers and
in
your ear, Gerald.
Josh. So why was that Mary such a bitch? I will say no. They still really, really want to hold on to power because of the ceremonial kind of aspect of it and the pomp and circumstance. Do I think that they are obviously at the same time trying to affect other elections? Well, we just had the answer today. Yes, absolutely. But no, I don't think they're conceding that territory at all. I still think they're going to be putting up a fight. If they were conceding that territory, you wouldn't have Trump facing trial after trial after trial and sham indictment.
He's not going to be the guy anyway. Biden's
I know you think that.
He's not going to be the guy. I would be willing to bet substantially more than $1 to use terms that you and I understand.
Yes.
I'm also that guy. I think he dies.
I don't know.
You think he dies? Wow, Gerald thinks he replaces them.
I think he dies.
I think he pulls out of the race before he gets nominated, because he has to get nominated to be on the ballot in Ohio, and they have to do that prior to actually having their convention. I think it's sometime in August that he's got to be officially nominated. I think before then, for health reasons, he pulls out and they replace him.
Okay.
I just don't. And I you know what? If I'm wrong, that's fantastic news for Donald Trump and for Republicans and conservatives everywhere, because he's going to wipe the floor with this guy.
What a nice piece
I think that's what's going to happen.
What a nice piece of propaganda it would be if a, alt-right,
I know,
conservative,
a false flag kind of,
radical assassinated President Biden or tried to assassinate. Geez, it'd be a great day for them.
Yeah, I guarantee you that the actual crazy neo-Nazi, pick whatever extremist group you want, who would actually be prone to committing an act of violence. Even those people out there right now are like, hold!
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
Nobody do a thing.
Yeah. If someone even speaks up like, hey, maybe we should go grab back. No! Shut up! Yeah. because it is self-destruction at its absolute finest. Right now, we're just talking about a Biden ad that said Donald Trump is a convicted criminal only out for himself. Yeah, the convicted criminal out for himself who wants to secure the border and allow you to keep more of your tax dollars. Whoa. Think about that it's just such a hard argument for them to make. They still think that it's Republican, country club Republicans. Yeah. That's not what is happening right now. No one believes that Biden is for the people, that he's one of you. Chuck Schumer's never grilled a burger. Let's grab another chat.
I'll believe. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Wait.
I'll believe that he cares about his legacy. I'll believe that.
Yes.
What is every man doing everything for? If it's all for morality, I think that's kind of bullshit sometimes. There's a legacy involved. I think he cares about his legacy. Great. But nobody who's just doing it for himself is going to be doing that much work, dude. Like court, rally,
I know.
flight, rally,
screwed.
graduate. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah. And by the way, they're just announcing that, this $50 million ad blitz, like promoting him as this felon who's trying to run it. It's like, listen, if you know anything about these trials, which a lot of people do now, like it actually is something that hurts you because you're like, wait, I can poke a hole in that. I can poke a hole in that. Financial fraud is what he was convicted of. You mean when they valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million? Yeah. Right. And he was convicted of sexual assault. You mean when there was no evidence whatsoever of E. Jean Carroll and they actually extended the statute of limitations just to allow her basically to sue Donald Trump? Is that what you mean? The 34 counts of, you mean where he didn't commit any crime at all? Yeah. And they just convicted him because they didn't like how he accounted for it? Like people see this actually works against them. It's not changing anybody's mind to see that Donald Trump. In fact, in the black community, it's way worse because they're like, that's exactly what they've been doing to us.
Yes.
That's exactly what Democrats have been doing to us. Yep. And it is backfiring big time. So please spend that money, Dems.
And I tell you what, I used to believe that innocent until proven guilty. And now I believe innocent completely until actually convicted guilty, and even then only sometimes. That's where I line up now, because
there's video
like evidence. Even the Tom Brady story, and I got into it. Some people was like, look, they're like, well, he wasn't. People were saying that she left because he wasn't present for the kids and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. Why would we're just getting he said, she said on that one, and seems like his kids really love him today, and seems like they have a good relationship, and everyone's like, oh, Tom Brady, bad dad. I'm like, I'm sorry, I just reserve judgment on all of it. Donald Trump, not guilty. Period. Not guilty. I look at felons and I go, you know what? I don't know. Maybe they had a reason. That's where I am at this point. Whether it's Me Too.
Hold on. Tom Brady, bad dad.
That's what they said.
Giselle has a career too. I know. She was a model.
Well, they said she
gave but she has 0 championships. Well, the dude had like 5, and she was like, "Dude, chill."
Hold on, time out. He would also, even if he is just like, "Hey, honey, we're gonna get through this period." We talk. My wife and I talk. Sometimes you have to sprint, right? Yeah. You're not gonna do it forever because this isn't. You don't want to live a lifestyle that is completely draining forever. Tom Brady was retiring at 44. With hundreds of millions of dollars. He probably was like, let's get through this period of time, and then we will have nothing but time.
Well, the argument that they said is, she's worth more than him. She's worth like $400 million.
Fine.
He's worth like $300 million. Sure, okay, but let's be honest. She's never had to throw a perfect spiral while being attacked by 3 black men who are angry and have an incentive to injure him. Like she was born with a gift from the Lord. She's gorgeous. And then she signed her name on some clothing lines and perfume and like, yeah, toss my name on there. So the idea was people were saying, he could just quit at this point. He's just doing it for his ego. It's like, okay.
He came back and won another Super Bowl.
Maybe, but he was the greatest. And I don't even know anything about him. Greatest quarterback, I think, at this point ever of all time. And since on retiring, still racked up some crazy numbers. Like he was Tom Brady when you met the guy, and the sun shines, but for a moment, and I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
He was Tom Brady when you met the guy. Yeah. He was also Tom Brady when you let him impregnate you. You knew that you saw the ride and you bought the ticket. Like he was Tom Brady when you started dating him. You knew what the lifestyle was going to be like. And when you said, yes, let's have kids together, you knew what the lifestyle was going to be like. Did Tom say, we're going to have our first child and I'm going to leave? No, I don't support, absent dads, but I don't think that's what Tom was.
I don't think that's what it was.
And if that's what Tom was, then why aren't you, Giselle, the person going, well, we're not going to have kids until you're ready to be a present father?
I think Gerald wants a ticket to the ride too.
Yeah, I don't.
I just say it because it was one of those things like, I don't even know if Mel Gibson doesn't like at this point. I'm not convinced.
I'm not convinced either. I
don't believe anything I read and very little of what I see or hear anymore because of where we are. Final chat.
All right, final chat, a little bit of a different one here. So from Ghost392, question for the crew. Now that the US dollar is no longer the reserve currency for Saudis.
Wrong.
What do you think will be the consequences? Do you think America will need to tighten their belts? Or do you think there will be even more conflict in the Middle East?
Yeah, research, is that even correct that the US dollar, I know that there was some talk of them trading oil in another currency as well, but not a complete departure from the US dollar. I can't remember that.
That was my interpretation as well.
Right.
So
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Reserve currency is a little bit different, so I don't know. It's just
Can someone get Ron Paul?
We need.
We could use a 10-minute conversation with him. Right?
We don't need the Fed anymore. We don't want the Fed.
Yeah. So, well, while they get that, let's grab one actual final chat because I don't want to respond when I don't know if that's completely accurate.
Okay. Let me get a good one here.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. From Deseret Rebel, I agree that illegal immigration is immoral, but what are we going to be able to do about it to prevent these people from voting come November? Any way to convince these illegals getting voting forms that if they vote, it'll tell ICE who they are and deport them to dissuade them from trying?
That's a very elaborate scenario in your mind.
Like you got a plan.
Yeah, sounds like you got a plan.
Mira. Okay. I'll vote.
This is a state-by-state issue, right, as it relates to voter ID, as it relates to mass mail-in voting, and there are some states where it's significantly more secure than others. So this is one of those situations. All we can really do nationally here with this program is raise awareness of the issue, and this is one of those issues that kind of has to be corrected in the states. That's why we've gone.
Uncaught client exception. Okay. Maybe it wasn't caught. Maybe I just did that caught. Find something. Switch that. Let me see. See what Rudy sent us here.
Zionism is a political movement which is causing bloodshed. That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. How can you hold that flag? This is because the actions of the Zionist people, they are responsible. We lived in a beautiful peace. We lived in a beautiful peace. The Palestinian people for hundreds of years. How can you say that you're not a Jew? You're not a Jew. How dare you? How can you say that you're Jewish? How can you shame your own people?
We're all Jews here.
He was against Judaism.
We're all Jews here. All right?
Yeah, so how are they saying that?
Because they believe in God.
Jewish, I'm standing it.
I don't want that. And the Talmud says out of our country like that.
That is our country. How dare you say that about our own people? What's wrong with you?
You don't speak in this
What is wrong with them? How are you guys like this? Genocide. This is not what
Thanks, Terry.
Shame, shame,
I'm gonna take her home. He said, "Take her home."
Let's get ready to rumble!
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to.
Y'all ready for this?
Anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa.
Of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. The idea that for two reasons. One, we haven't been able to communicate it in a way that is, let me say another way. But the nature, not
very much so.
a solid meeting with they make a very good point. Here's the deal.
Y'all ready for this?
Here's what drives the driver in the states that are affected. Here's what you can do, the drivers. Los Angeles and what am I doing here?
Very much so. A lot of them. On here. This is pretty boring.
Quite honestly, if I ever got hired on as a cop in this town and I found out about this in Murray, I'd have ran him out there myself. Why didn't you, Chief?
The discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move. But you personally figured out that he would have flown out somewhat or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Third,
Sustained.
are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
I mean, it kind of sounds like what you're saying. It kind of sounds like what you're saying because you literally said we can't use the formula for a pedestrian collision. You literally said that we can't use it. So it literally sounds like you're saying that the rules of physics don't work, but that's okay. I'm here. I'm the expert. I figured out an alternative solution to the rules of physics. I mean, yeah, that kind of sounds like what you're saying. The rules of physics don't work. Never fear. Associate degree Baldo is here. Cool. Fantastic. Great.
Baldo.
Wonderful.
Well, you just said because it was a sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right. You have classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics? correct?
It's in the aspects of all their crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
Appropriate.
Let me ask you this.
Drink that water, baby. Drink it.
Reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation. Exactly how was that taillight shattered?
Good question.
Explain it to us.
Good question.
The taillight, what do you, it gets, so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm?
That seems odd, right? I mean, if it struck his arm, it produced enough damage to knock him out cold and immobilize him. If it struck his arm, does that strike anyone else as problematic? Also, it then caused him to fly 30 feet by striking his arm. Does that strike anyone else as kind of not workable, like fundamentally not workable, as opposed to like it hitting your center of mass, your chest, which is kind of rigid, right? And it being a direct sort of blow to your chest and maybe hitting your heart. So maybe it hits your heart and somehow causes a heart attack, or hits your lungs and somehow causes them to collapse. I don't know, something like that. Or even if not that like it transfers all the force to your center of mass, as opposed to it hitting your arm. Does it strike anyone else that the vehicle going 25 miles an hour, if it struck his arm, that would lead to a fatal injury? Does that strike anyone else as a bit unlikely?
Hello.
Hi. How's it going? Is there a Jeff here? Jeff Burchard? I got a package for him.
Do you need him? Or...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. From where?
Oh, no. So minty. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, good.
What we got?
Jeff? Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you, man. Gordon. Firm handshake, man. Jeez Louise. This is about somebody who, about some messages to Emily on Facebook we should probably go over. Just want to have a conversation out in the front here, away from them.
Oh, that's...
I know it's from a little bit ago, but I think it's probably best we go over it. And, I didn't come to Giant Eagle or anything. I just came here to talk to you, okay?
No problem.
You can just go in the front here if you don't mind. They're getting a package. I'm like, I didn't order nothing from. Nothing.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of, I just didn't want to tell your. Is that your mom there?
That's my. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to tell your aunt what it was. You know what I mean? Like I said, my name is Gordon. Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Where'd you get that first handshake from?
It's just practice.
Yeah.
And all this other stuff and handshakes and handshakes.
Yeah, typically I'm the one squeezing the shit out of people's hand, but man, I'm getting done up here. So
I thought that was weird in the first place. I don't know why she even started messaging whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's going on your end?
Well, so obviously you know I'm here, huh? Fair enough. Appreciate your honesty. Why do you think I'd be talking to you about Emily?
Underage?
Yeah, it's probably the reason I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
How old did you say she was?
Over some of the time, but
Yeah, you're right. Appreciate it. Okay. So how did y'all like kind of come across each other?
she just sent something to me and it was just whatever.
Okay. What platform was this kind of on?
Facebook.
Got it. Okay. And by the way, like I just want to let you know it's voluntary to talk to me, but I think we probably should because I know you're a good dude. I just want to get this addressed with you. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I haven't spoken to her in
You're a good dude.
Had to be like months or something.
Months or something now because I just thought it was weird in the first place. I'm just whatever, just being nice and whatever.
Yeah. So what do you do for work?
Manager.
Nice. At a Giant Eagle, right? You drive there or? Nice. Fair enough. How long have you been working there for?
17.
Since you were 17 or 2017?
17 years old.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You got like any leg issues or anything or?
Feel a little woozy today, that's all.
Okay. No problem. Mind if I sit by you?
Sure, you can sit, stand, whatever you want to do.
All right. I'm just going to sit on your face. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, sure, whatever.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, well, I don't think I could do that if I sat on your face. But, okay. So did y'all meet on Facebook or did y'all meet somewhere else or?
I know, it's just Facebook.
All right. Got it. Why do you think I'd be talking to you about Emily besides her age? Like anything that was said or?
It could be, whatever.
What do you think?
Could be what was said or whatever we're talking about or whatever.
Okay. Was there anything, like how'd the conversation kind of go with her?
Normal for most part.
Okay. Was there anything like that could have been a little bit like risque or flirtatious at all or?
Could have been.
What,
Could have been at a time.
what do you think would be said or what was said?
It was probably a little crazy or whatever, but that's about it.
Okay. So if I were to go through these, would I find anything that maybe you would want to take back or maybe anything a little bit like sexual? Yeah, it's pretty accurate. So here it was said, if you're comfortable, I'll take a look and rub your vagina. She said, he, then what? And on your end, it said, we got to do that in private, though. I'll run for a little. You can tell me when to stop. I know you'll love it, so that'll probably be for a few minutes. Remember kind of being a little bit sexual with her like that? Okay, you good? What's going on here? Jeff, you all right? A lot of pressure.
A little bit.
I understand. Well, I am not here to judge you, okay? I'm here to talk to you because I know you're a good person, okay?
All right.
We'll get through this together. We're good with that? Sounds good.
He's waiting.
Okay. So did y'all ever talk about like hanging out or anything or? Okay. How's it going, ma'am?
I don't know. I'm seeing someone I care about a lot just laying back, almost like passing out.
Yeah, of course. There's just kind of a situation, and I totally understand your concern. There's just kind of a situation here where
He looks pale as can be.
Yeah.
There's something really wrong, sir.
Oh, of course.
Who are you?
Okay. Well, my name is Gordon. I'm sorry to meet you like
Gordon who?
this. Say again.
Gordon who?
Flores.
Gordon Flores?
Yeah, white Mexican. But there's just kind of a situation. So, and this is why I'm here. Okay, I'm not here to cause any trouble or anything.
Situation,
I'm about to tell you. So Jeff was kind of messaging the wrong person online, okay? I don't mean like a guy. I mean like somebody a little bit too young, okay? And I just want to have a conversation with him about it. I know he's a good person.
Who are you?
Gordon.
Are you a police officer?
No. We're with a group called Kid Protectors USA. We just make sure kids don't talk to adults
Wait a
online.
minute. Let me just look that up, please.
We have a website.
I want to see this.
Sure. Absolutely.
Kid Protector.
Kid Protectors USA. Let me see if my phone has signal here.
I got it.
Okay, you see the website for it?
And you are
Gordon, yeah.
And you would be on here?
Yeah.
And why are you here?
Well, because there was messages between Jeff and a girl that was probably a little bit too young for him to be talking to.
And did he know she was young?
Yes.
And did he meet up with her or do anything to her?
He asked to meet up with her multiple times, and
she has said no.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened, I'd say. It's kind
so
of
he has never met this girl.
Okay, well, ma'am.
It's all been on the internet.
Well,
and where
ma'am.
are her parents?
Oh, I'm totally with you on that. I'd talk with her too. Okay, it takes two. I understand that, but Jeff is 40 years old and she's 12. So.
And she told him he was 12. I'd like to see
Sure,
12.
Sure, absolutely. And Jeff, you told me that you knew she was 12 as well, right? Yeah, so this was one of the first messages here. I got taken down for being 12 right there, and
and which is her?
She's on the right and he's on the left. You see his profile here?
I don't see her.
Well, right. So if it's from her perspective, it won't show her profile, but I can show you her profile if you need me to. It's just not good service out here. It's a lot of.
This was November of last year, a year ago.
Correct. Yeah, but it was. That's when it started. It, obviously it didn't end in November.
I know. Okay. And she.
Then you saw in one of the few messages, like when we meet up and this and that.
I haven't seen any of them meeting up.
Here, may I show you?
And your purpose of being here today is to talk to him?
Yes, it's like
shut it down.
It's like an intervention, absolutely. And I'm very cool with just having a conversation with him, getting it addressed like that. I just want a peace of mind that he's not going to do this again. And no, that isn't him just saying, well, I'm not going to do it again and just walking in. You can't do that. Of course, I'm not making him be out here. I told him that. But, I understand that he's a good person and he works hard. And, I don't think that getting a little bit carried away for some time should be, just a total life upheaval. So I'm just cool with talking with him about it.
And there is absolutely no verification except her saying she's 12.
Well, it's not like she's 12 and looks like Marilyn Monroe. She's 12 and looks like a 12-year-old.
I didn't see her picture.
Okay. See, there's one in here. I didn't print out the whole thing, but I can, of course, show you her profile if you need me to. Yeah, this is just, I printed down black and white, but you can obviously tell here.
She looks like she could be 17, 18. I taught high school. I know she looks like she could be that.
Okay, but.
So there is nothing you are dealing with legally.
What do you mean?
Like you're not a police officer. You're not a marshal.
No, ma'am. I just want, there's some people that I think are really.
Why is your license plate Texas?
That's where I'm from originally. I moved here 2 years ago.
And you haven't changed your license plate yet? You don't have an Ohio license?
I don't feel the need. Well, an Ohio license, sure, but a license plate, I don't know. You're not required to get one. But ma'am, I am willing to just have a talk with him about it. If I'm cool with keeping it here. But I believe if you taught high school, I think it should be pretty alarming to you that somebody.
It is alarming to me, but I also know the other side of it. And I know that he has not met with her. There is no verification of her age other than what she has said and now what you're saying.
Well, right.
And people do all sorts of crazy things on the internet these days.
Okay. Well, ma'am,
So why are you making him pass out?
I'm not, Jeff, did I threaten you at all or touch you at all?
Oh, but I passed out.
Okay. Well, did you pass out because I read a message, or did you pass out because I yelled at you, or what? Okay. Did I do anything to threaten you? Okay. I've been respectful with you the whole time? Yeah, exactly. So, look, it's not on the... Look, and I understand it takes two to do it. I mean, it's not like Jeff's just messaging her endlessly and she's not saying anything. Of course, her fault too. But the way the scales are tipped, it's more of him than her. Okay, she's 12 years old. You've taught 12-year-olds, or maybe a little bit older in high school. But they know how kids are. They're not all the way there. So being that I know Jeff is a good dude, I didn't go do this at his job at Giant Eagle or anything like that. I didn't like.
And how do you have all the information about him?
Oh, he said he worked at Giant Eagle. It's right on his Facebook. So I didn't go to Giant Eagle and cause a ruckus there or anything like that. And I don't intend to. I was just thinking, like, what's the best place to talk to about this? And probably at home where, there's privacy, people won't overhear and stuff like that. So if you want, I mean, obviously y'all can do whatever you want, but I'm willing to address this here with Jeff, and I'm sure, as you know, there's many different ways this could have gone, but I'm just here to talk to him about it because I know he works hard, and I respect the fact that he, is a good person, and everybody here makes mistakes. I've made mistakes. There's stuff you could talk to me about, I'm sure, if you knew about it. So, I'm not here to judge him or anything like that. Like, obviously, I could be pretty mad at these, as you probably could understand, but I'm not here to do that. I'm just here to talk to him, make sure he's on the right path, as she is too. So, if you don't mind.
Well, I do mind that this is taking place in my front yard.
Well, I mean,
mind that a great deal.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely don't want to bring any trouble to you. Like, I'm just here to talk to Jeff. I'm not here to bring you into it. It's obviously not your fault, and you had no idea about this. Jeff, maybe on the sidewalk, or, I mean, if you're comfortable, like, don't think I'm making you or asking or like forcing you to, but I'm not going to go anywhere if we get in the car and just talk about it so nobody can overhear or anything. I know neighbors might hear. Like, I promise you, if you get in the car, it's just going to stay right there, not going to drive anywhere. And, of course, doors will be unlocked, dude.
What about just the front steps?
Sure.
He's not laying in the garden.
All right, yeah. There you go. Get up, man.
Yeah, you got the whole...
Hey, what was your name, ma'am?
My name's Yvonne.
Yvonne? Sorry about this. And Yvonne, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to interrupt, okay? But there is some stuff that's probably going to be read that's probably unpleasant on the airs, but...
Well, I think I glanced through it all.
Yeah.
I've seen it all.
Got it.
And again, I also saw that there was no way of knowing that that kid was 12. And dealing with kids, I've had many kids lie over the internet, send naked pictures, do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And there's no way people on the other end know anything different.
I fully understand. Sit or stand? What do you want to do?
All right now, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I just went out.
I know. Well, if you need to lean on me, you can, okay? I'm not, no homo, right? All right. All right.
So where were you at before I fell over?
Well, I read one of the messages. I think that's what made you fall over.
I remember it.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't want to read through all these. I don't want, I don't want to make it.
You just want it done over with. That. Like I said, I haven't talked to her for I don't know how long, and she just randomly started messaging me. So
of course,
I just thought it was fun and games for the most part, and it's like whatever.
Right, but
because I don't mean any harm and all that.
Oh, I know
stuff.
that.
It's
yeah.
Just whatever, you're bored and just do whatever.
Right. So I mean, here we sit on your end. Eventually, I want to have sex with you, but not the first time we meet. Your mom won't be around, will she? So what was
that's
going to be said to her for?
Like I said, I was just messing around. nothing was meant to even. I didn't even want to meet up with her.
Uh-huh.
It was just whatever.
Were there any pics you sent you that might have been a little bit inappropriate from you? Okay. What do you think was said?
Well, whatever you had there, that's what was going on.
Sure.
That's what was said.
Right. So.
No intention. I was hoping she'd leave me alone after that. Really.
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's and half the time it's random. Hey, blah 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 blah. Blah. It's like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just message her because sometimes you probably have there that she messaged me a few times and everyone really responded.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I responded again just to get her to stop.
Yeah. But this was in August. I mean, asked her here, how much do you know about sex? She says, not a lot. And you said, tell me what you know. So, you knew that Emily was 12. So why were you kind of curious to know what she knew about sex?
Like my aunt said, it's hard to tell anymore. What?
I know, but don't let her put words into your mouth. I mean, you knew.
But I wasn't even planning on even seeing her.
Right. I know.
That was that.
But what's kind of curiosity of talking to her that way?
There's no curiosity.
If I have messages kind of going over a year, I think there is some curiosity. That's why I'm asking. I wouldn't ask you something that's not true. It's not how I am.
Like I said, I don't plan on doing nothing. I work, I go have fun with my buddies, and that's that. We drink beer, we go to games.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Well, did y'all ever talk on a Telegram at all, or? Okay.
Whatever that Facebook, that's it.
Okay. Do you have a Signal, or?
What's the Signal?
Like the app Signal.
What do you mean?
Like, do you have the app Signal? Like, it's called Signal?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I thought you meant like Signal on something else. Like, what the hell's Signal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I never even heard that one.
Okay, so just Telegram, pretty much?
Never even Telegrammed.
No, not the actual Telegram machine. I mean, like the app Telegram.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't used that app.
Okay.
Facebook and whatever the messenger is out of, but I thought that was based on Facebook.
Yeah. Ever have a Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just fully curious because your aunt was saying like, there's like all these crazy kids online and this and that. I'm just curious because I saw your friends list on Facebook and I was blown away by how many there are. Not because you're like this, but more like how many of these you mentioned Emily messaged you. How many of these young girls try to message you before online?
A lot of the friends on Facebook, they're high school or just there.
No, but I mean, like, kind of looking at your Instagram and your Twitter back in the day, like, there's a lot of these younger ladies under 18 that were, like, following you.
I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I haven't known them. It's, it's like kind of the thing. Oh, you just add back. It's like whatever.
Okay. How many of them would you say have tried to just talk to you or try to hit you up? Zero?
I usually use Facebook.
Okay.
Facebook's my thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you still have your Twitter?
Yeah. I don't really use it anymore.
Mm-hmm. So,
that's one you just scroll through and something catches your eye and you'll see it.
Facebook,
Twitter, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's really nothing good on there anymore.
Not at all, man.
Facebook's a lot of, hey, it's your birthday today. Hey, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's like one of the main platforms people use anymore today.
Mm-hmm. So here we said, have you heard the term breeding before? She said no. And on your end, it said it's a term for getting someone pregnant. She said, oh, he. You say,
like I said, I know. I wasn't even going to see her.
Right.
I was just trying to get her gone, disappeared, go. And so far, it's been, what, a month or 2 or 3?
Mm-hmm.
Thank God she doesn't bother me again.
But how is telling her, I want to wait till you're 18 to get you pregnant, how is that kind of pushing her away?
Hopefully just scared them and say go. But I didn't mean anything by it.
Okay. So I'm just asking, obviously I'm not mad, but out of all the times, if you really wanted her to go away, you could have always just blocked her, but we have a year's worth of messages here.
I could have.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, I could have. Could have just deleted everything and blocked her. You're right.
So why didn't you push her away by doing the only thing that would actually push her away?
Just never thought of it. I hope. I don't see mean at all. I don't feel mean. It's just I like people to go when they go.
Okay.
It's almost like taking the trash out.
So was there ever like a time where you said like leave me alone or don't talk to me or anything like that? Okay.
I just, like I said, try to just ignore it and hope she left. And you see, sometimes she just comes back.
Okay.
And I should have just kept, like you said, blocked her, just never responded.
Did you ever like video call on the phone at all? No.
Wanted to, but I never did that.
Sure,
I don't even use FaceTime on my cell phone.
Yeah, fair enough.
I maybe used that once or twice. And that might have been just because one of my friends sent it to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like, whatever, so I don't do that.
Got it. I mean, here you asked her, I'll teach you how to play with yourself too if you want. So why would that kind of be of interest? Or why would that be communicated with her? Say again?
I just want it done. I don't want to contact her.
Right. But I mean, like in that moment when, you know, you're telling her I'll teach you how to play with yourself, like why would that be said to her?
Just to get her to leave me alone. Like I said, I don't just say things. I hope they just leave.
Okay, but
I don't know why are you continuing on?
Well, Jeff,
I didn't mean to hurt anybody.
No, and I don't think you did. But
you're just, to me right now, you're just going on and on and on and on. I'm getting annoyed.
I understand, but you know, I wouldn't be here if we didn't write these messages, right? So, okay.
I don't plan on writing any more messages.
Okay. But, you know, did you want to push her away from the first message or from, was this like right after, was this long after? When do you want to start pushing her away? Because obviously I don't think you'd messaged her in the first place. You want to push her away.
No, I thought maybe it was a bot at first. And then it just kept on going, and that was that. And like I said, I didn't mean any harm or nothing about it.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this.
You never talk to people just to talk, do you?
No, of course I do. I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, here Emily asked, have you talked to young girls before? So look, like we both know, talk is just talk. You know, it's just bullshitting around.
Right. That's all.
Okay.
That's all it is. It's bullshit.
So on your end, it said a couple from out of the country, but I really like you, and you're much younger. So, how are these young girls from out of the country talking to you? Where was this? Yeah.
I've just said that. Not younger girls talk to me. Wow, that's just dumb.
Okay, but you know,
like I said, hopefully it got her to go, but obviously I didn't initiate a block or say, hey, leave me alone, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but Jeff,
still didn't work.
Jeff, hold on, man. Obviously, there's been other girls that have talked to you because you won't tell her that what you're doing is okay because other girls have done it. That's not a way to push her away. That's to make her come back to you. That's the very opposite. So,
just like, ooh.
Yeah. So, Jeff, I didn't come here to waste your time, or I hope you don't want to waste my time. I came here to hear the truth and figure out the truth. Okay.
I don't want to waste any time.
All
but
right.
I think this just went well enough.
Okay.
I thought you heard what you heard.
I
didn't do it to hurt anybody. I'm a nice guy, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Blah, 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 blah.
But listen, man. You know, one of the messages.
I never planned on talking to her again.
Okay, I get that. But one of the messages said, you know, I like young girls, and I'm not saying you're some monster or predator or anything like that, because obviously you're not. Because, you know,
young can mean 5, 6, 8 years younger. That's it. But yeah, no, that what you're bringing up, what you just said, it's like I'm a monster. I'm not a monster.
Right. But this was said to Emily, and you know, we've seen that the Facebook account's been around for way longer than we've talked to Emily for. Your Twitter's been around way longer than that, and there's a lot of profiles. So Jeff, I know you don't talk to every single little girl online, you know, that's what exists, but there is a number that have talked to you, okay? And I'm sure it's them initiating. All right, I don't think you're out there looking, but there is a pattern, and I wouldn't come here if there wasn't a pattern, okay? I'm not dumb. You're a smart dude too, okay? You wouldn't be managing your grocery store if you were dumb, okay? Believe me.
Right.
So, I'm just more curious about how many girls are online talking to guys like this. And in your experience, truly, how many of these younger ladies under 18 have probably talked with you or tried to talk to you at all? Just tell the truth, because they ain't zero. And I know that.
There's a couple, but
Okay. How many are we talking here? Like 10, 20, 30?
it's 10 or less.
Okay. What do you think that exact number could be? It's just as a guess.
It was 10 or less. I'd say 4 maybe.
Okay.
But nothing crazy.
Yeah, fair enough. Were they what were their like age ranges kind of that have talked to you?
18, I was hoping.
Yeah, I bet you. I don't know you talk to adults too, but the younger ladies under 18, how old were they?
I never, unless they're a family, I never talked. Well, obviously she says she is, but I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: how many people have you talked to online that have just told you they were under 18, whether they were or weren't?
Maybe 2.
Okay. How old did they tell you?
16, 17.
All right. Jeff, we saw kind of your Twitter following, okay? And, every person I've talked to, which isn't, I only talk to people that I think are good. I don't talk to too many people that are bad, that's for sure. But every person I've talked to, when they say, yeah, well, there's been some other younger ladies under 18 that have talked to me, they always say 16 or 17 as a way to cover for it. And that's never true, okay? And I'm sure it's not true in your case either. Realistically, how old were they?
That's what I thought. Why are you calling me a liar now?
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just.
Well, yeah, no, that's.
You're not a liar in your day-to-day life. It's just when something like this happens, of course, there's sugarcoating. That's just human nature. You're just a human. But realistically, how old were they, man?
I don't know. That's what I thought.
They told you 16 or 17?
That's what I thought, and that everyone lies nowadays.
Uh-huh.
They lie. They always lie.
True. That is true.
That's just the way it is anymore.
Yeah.
It might have always been, but it seems like it's worse now. Who knows?
Of course. Have there ever been like adults online that have tried to talk to you about some of this younger stuff before?
Adults?
Yeah, like adults that message you saying, hey, are you interested in stuff like this or anything like that?
I don't remember if they did. It was a while ago and I toned it out.
Okay.
What? Yeah, that's just weird.
There were some a while ago, you think, that have tried to...
Probably.
Okay. What?
I'm older, so who knows? It could have happened. Like, way back there.
Okay. What app would that have happened on?
Could have been Instant Messenger way back on all I mean.
Okay.
You
So
could get anybody at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. What were those adults have tried to talk to you about with like younger people?
I don't know if it happened. It was like way young, way before high school.
Way before high school?
Around high school.
Okay.
And that's like, 20-some years ago.
Right.
Sometimes it's hard to remember what you ate 3 days ago.
Of course.
Like, what'd you have? I don't know. It was good. I'm
Yeah.
still here.
Yeah. But, Jeff, I think kind of why I'm asking is because, obviously you're a good dude. You don't mean any harm by shit. You just talk and get bored online. That's every other guy in existence.
It's like my buddies, yeah. You up?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, literally. But we just kind of noticed over the years that there's been people that have probably not been the best to associate with trying to talk to you. And I don't mean like Emily or younger girls or anything. I mean like there's been adults that have tried to, that look like they've tried to get you into some stuff online.
Most of that scams, I'm sure. Anyway.
Scams, yeah, but I'm not here because some big titty bitch from Cambodia wants a gift card. I'm here because they're asking for some other stuff. You know what I'm referring to here? What do you think I could be referring to with adults online that probably aren't the best to kind of be around?
Usually scammers and asking for money.
Yeah.
Sweet talking and it's like, oh, I'm poor or broke or something, can send me this. But I don't know.
Right.
They just want you to do what you don't want to do, I guess.
But I'm asking about I'm asking about people that, and I think you know who I'm talking about here. I'm asking about people either on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, and people that have tried to, you know, offer pics and stuff like that, or just kind of, hey, do you want some photos, this or that, stuff like that. Shaking your head, but you know, I want to know what kind of happened with that.
Pics of what?
Well,
anything, people, whatever.
Right. So, Jeff, has anybody kind of tried? And I'm trying to like figure out a reason for this. Has anybody kind of tried to hit you up asking for? Has anybody asked you for any pictures of like younger ladies under 18, like asking you, hey, do you have any to send me or anything like that?
No.
No.
If they talk to you, they say you want pictures of me.
Okay. Got it. Fair enough. So, have you ever been added to any groups you didn't want to be a part of ever? Like maybe just.
I'm sure there's people add me to groups all the time that I just leave.
Okay.
Or don't even accept or even look at.
Fair enough. Have they ever added you to a group where you kind of see that it could be something? Maybe they're posting something too young, and you get out of there.
No.
No.
I don't think I've ever been in one of those.
Okay.
I would remember that.
Of course, yeah, for sure.
Because that's something to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if it looks sketchy, you're not even going in there.
Right. So
unless if you slide or something, you could hit it, but
yeah,
half the time you don't even mean to hit it.
Of course. So maybe that's what happened, because you know the app, I can't really remember at the moment. Maybe you could help me kind of with that. But
it's like ads, even sometimes you're scrolling through ESPN or something, and then it pops up that stupid ad. You're like, I didn't hit this.
Right.
I didn't even hit a link.
Right. So what we've kind of noticed is there's been some messages over the years where either it's in a group or some individual just sending this. Okay. And you know, all we can see is the internet record. You know, that's why I'm asking you about it, because there's probably an explanation for it. Okay. I don't think you're just a guy who's just sitting there looking for pictures or anything, but there's been, of course. And I don't know, I mean, you're too busy working and stuff, but there's been numerous instances where somewhere or another there's a DM with Jeff on the other end, where there's like a picture of like a younger lady under 18 or a video of a younger lady under 18. And, you know, I know Twitter could be accessible for that, and Facebook too. Is there a reason why, like, how this started happening or this or that? Because I know you're not out there looking for this shit, but I think there's been times where this shit has kind of found you, and I don't think that's fair. But
right.
So is there kind of like a story behind this, or is there a reason it's happening? Because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and just have you kind of explain it.
I'm not looking for any of this stuff. I'm not.
Okay. Well, how about this? Help me look for it, because I want to go after the people that are actually sending, you know, younger pictures and kind of you know, sending younger videos and stuff. And maybe that's probably something you can help me with, like say, hey, I got some from here, or somebody sent me this from here, or this or that. So can you kind of tell me like when that first started happening with you, like when people start sending these younger videos, pictures, stuff like that?
Oh, it's not younger to me.
Yeah, that's not true.
Well, photos of just faces, but
okay, who sent those photos of faces?
Like if I'm talking to you and ask for a photo, you're gonna send me a picture of your face.
Of course.
But that's it.
Right, but are you sure you've never had Telegram?
Positive.
Okay.
Why? Does it say otherwise? Because I never downloaded Telegram.
Okay. Have you ever had like sessions or WhatsApp or anything?
WhatsApp? No.
What about sessions?
Sessions? No.
Okay. What do you know about sessions, the app sessions?
I have no idea anything about sessions or WhatsApp. All I know is they're messaging platforms.
Okay.
Like I said, Facebook.
Okay.
Is my main.
Has anybody tried to get you to download Telegram? No.
I don't even like using Zoom or Microsoft Teams.
Okay. So, Jeff, here's kind of my hang up, okay? Because I know we had a Twitter account in 2022, all right? And one way or another, you know, do you have like a VPN or anything you use? Okay, that's why it's so easy to kind of see. Okay, one way or another, there's just records of videos or pictures being sent to you. Okay, maybe they're posted on a Twitter feed, maybe they're just posted on a feed, but one way or another, Jeff. And the reason I'm kind of saying this is because a lot of these messages here were very sexual. You know what I mean? Like very like, whoa, this is crazy. Why would you say this? And I don't think he just woke up one day wanting to say that to somebody who's 12. Okay, I think, you know, and this happens to a lot of good people. Like they start on the internet looking at porn, and then they just kind of goes down, spirals. And it's so easy on the internet because you're 2 clicks away from just insane shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think happened, and this is me giving you the benefit of the doubt here, what I think happened is that, you know, you started watching porn that was of age, and then slowly but surely shit that's kind of younger starts trickling in, and then you kind of put these words on paper. You just start talking to people that are younger and, you know, saying stuff you otherwise wouldn't have said if you've never seen that stuff before, you know? So I'm just asking because I don't think you need any trouble for this, all right? I think you're a good person. I think, you know, if there is something there, I want to get you help for it, okay? But I also hope you're transparent with me like I'm transparent with you, all right? I would be doing you a disservice if I accepted the answer of, yeah, I've never been sent anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. Because we just both know that's not true. That's just not fair to any of us to say that. So I'm just asking. All right, obviously I'm not judging because the only way I would judge if you're behind the camera on some of these pictures, on some of these videos, like you're filming little kids, then dude, it's fucking game over, right? But if you've just looked at some shit or people have just sent you some shit, obviously let's get separated from those people, right? Let's do the logical thing and just say, hey, that was them. Get me the fuck away from this, right? So, you know, obviously I know what I just heard from you wasn't the full truth, and that's okay. I'm not mad. I mean, I wouldn't be telling you the full truth either if you just came at me at my door, right? And it's just like, you know, only a sociopath would. But now I'm telling you, it's fine. Like, I care more about the people sending it and kind of posting it rather than you. I do want to know because I want to figure this out because there's really, you know, and I don't know why I said this. I mean, to me, that's like, there has to be something there. When did this kind of start, Jeff? Like people either posting these younger videos or sending it? What kind of happened, man?
Well, it's all over Twitter really anymore, all that stupid porn and shit.
Still on there or not anymore?
Well,
Still talking?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any solutions or any way that
Absolutely.
we can be helpful?
Yeah. I was just telling you I want to get you help for this, right?
There's no getting help from that.
Well, you think there's not, but I think there is.
You're just rambling on and on and on now.
Well, no, I mean, Jeff, I was
question after question after question. I'm getting pissed off and angry and agitated, and
okay.
That's it.
Well, Jeff, you know, I was just asking because, you know, we've seen that people have posted, here's some stuff you've looked at or sent you some stuff that has kind of been on the younger side.
Do you have any cards or information?
Cards or what?
Not you,
Oh.
but like cards of agencies or whatever, people that
Who can help out with some?
who can help.
Absolutely, and I can give you my phone number after this too.
I mean, we are concerned,
Right.
and it always helps to have it checked out. If there is an issue, if there isn't an issue,
there is no issue.
Well, obviously there's a problem, so we need to check it out and be grateful you're not being arrested.
Right.
And so we'll deal with it and we'll try to support you with whatever it is. And if there isn't an issue, they'll tell us there isn't an issue and that it was just something stupid that happened.
For sure. Like, Jeff, I do want to get you help, but, you know, I'm also hoping you are truthful with me because obviously there's been some shit that people have either sent you or posted. And, you know, obviously, like I told you, I care more about the people posting the stuff or sending the stuff rather than the guy who's just kind of bored on the internet, you know, that can get carried away. So you mentioned Twitter. Like, what would they post on Twitter?
That was just porn.
Porn? Okay. What percentage of that porn would you say was overage and underage?
That was all over.
Okay.
That was all overage.
Okay. You found a lot of underage profiles. on your Twitter account. Like, I'm talking dozens of them. All right. No? You didn't?
Keep on going. There we were. I say, I'm just done with this.
Okay, then we need to get to what the next step is and how you get to talk to someone about what it is that's going on here.
Right. But, you know,
I mean, it's been a long...
Well, it's been like maybe 30 minutes, but... Okay, Jeff.
Seems longer than that, but...
I understand.
Yeah, it seems longer than that to me too. But that's why I'm wondering if there are some next steps. Like, where do we go from here? Can we... is there an agency here in town?
Sure. Here, I'll text you a link. Just
do the number?
Yeah, just your phone number. Okay, I just said hi. I have a 346 number. Let me see. Did you get it? Yeah. No signal. All right. Did you got my text?
I just hi.
Okay, yeah, that's. I was just make sure you got it.
Yeah, all right.
And how long? Phone number for?
For 7 years, somewhere around there.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Say nothing else, just hi.
Well, yeah, I just said hi for now, so you can have my text. Ever been like on the dark web at all, or?
Nope.
Does anybody try to get you to go on the dark web?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well, Jeff, you have my number. Okay, my name is Gordon, and
Where's the agency that we can have?
I'll text it to him. But you know, I'll give him my. Well, you found the website, right? Our Kid Protectors USA website.
Yeah, but there was nothing local.
Well, yeah, it's nationwide.
Right.
Nationwide.
So I'm looking for something local here.
Well, yeah, of course. I can text that to him, and y'all can look at. I'll text you a few things, and go at it together here. All right. Well, Jeff, take care, man. Just make sure that you stay on the right path online. Yvonne, right, is your name? Okay. Just make sure that he's not messaging, you know, anybody that could remotely be a kid.
Okay.
All right. Take care. Thank you. Yep.
I don't like doing it.
Yes, ma'am. You know, some people are like,
Okay, you should know he's special ed and blind in one eye. Just know that.
okay.
So you've probably overwhelmed him with a lot of stuff. He's done very well
Good for him.
for being that way.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, typically, like, you know, not everybody's as cordial as he and you are. Some people are getting a little bit crazy. That's why we have people with us. But obviously, they're not here to intimidate.
Well, what I
think I did.
Like the name of the agency,
Sure.
psychiatrist,
Oh.
psychologist, someone that he can go talk to.
Sure. And I'll text that all to him.
Today I love it because I said to the text, like,
oh, you know, things like that. And I called him, I was like, I'm sorry, kind of, you know, everything.
Here, put the camera on.
So,
Yeah, so he didn't have fucking Telegram or Signal or anything like that. I mean, I think he was being truthful about the CP. I mean, maybe he saw something fleetingly on Twitter, but he definitely isn't deep into it. But dude, it's fucking sucks, man. Because Ohio, like, I mean, dude, if he was in Indiana, I mean, these messages would have fucking fried his ass. But it fucking sucks with Ohio. Like, you know, even if there's no CP, if this was fucking Indiana or, God damn it, man, it's just so fucking frustrating. Like, this motherfucker needs to be arrested, but there's nothing that can be done. He offered no money or anything. Oh, it's so gay. But anyway, what we'll do is we're gonna make a YouTube-friendly report with the PD, as in, you know, there's technically no crime he committed here, but he's definitely a pervert. So it's just very fucking frustrating in Ohio, man.
Damn, he's right. Laws are too pedo friendly in Ohio.
Monday, 1:37 p.m. Message deleted. Monday, 1:44 p.m. Message deleted. Monday, 1:47 p.m.
Somebody just pounded it. Called it wrong.
Monday, 1:48 p.m. Monday, 1:52 p.m. Message deleted. Monday, 1:53 p.m.
Yeah, this is so not up to date.
You're smart, dude.
Maybe might be because I guess conversation wise, like
Okay. What about the? Well, I mean, you know, we can talk to anybody online. I mean, you know, it's just the internet. It's just internet stuff. But sure. But what about Ariel? Do you think I'd be like, all right, well, why the conversation with her? What do you think it could be about her?
just normally talk as friends.
Y'all just talk as friends?
Yeah, because you know I have Facebook.
Yeah. Right. Well, let me ask you this. And I'm not judging you, Maurice. I know you're a good dude and everything, and I know people just talk to whoever online. I mean, dude, if you look at my Facebook messages, I'm talking to fucking, you know, people in Africa, people in Asia. You know, I'm talking to everybody.
Right.
So I've seen your friends list. I know you have a pretty diverse group of friends with from.
Not that.
Right, but you have guys, girls, men, women, all that stuff. So how old did Ariel say she was? I'm not mad. I'm just asking. Okay.
If she had said,
well, yeah. What did she tell you? Okay.
I think that's what she said.
Okay. Well, I'm not asking like what you thought she was when you first messaged. I'm asking what she told you. What she told you the age was. I think there might have been a little bit of miscommunication there. So
Might have been probably like you, a little younger than probably.
okay, like I'm trying to, because you're a smart dude. I mean, you have a good memory. I mean, to be a church drummer, I mean, you got to freaking have everything memorized. I mean, you see my rhythm; it's fucking terrible, don't you? I know you want to show you, but you know, you have to have a good memory. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out because I didn't read all these. You know, I just kind of skimmed through it. Did Ariel tell you she was like 5 or 6 or 4? Okay, how old did she say?
18, 17, I guess. Something like that, probably.
Okay. So how'd the conversation like kind of go? Like how'd y'all find each other in the first place?
I guess she just looked me on Facebook.
Okay, y'all just kind of added each other or something?
Yeah, she added me.
Okay, she added you.
She added me, so.
Got it. How'd the conversation kind of go?
Just talking wise.
Talking wise?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. What did she try to talk to you about?
It's nothing crazy in particular, just, you know.
Okay.
Chatting about, you know, what type of activities you like to do.
Okay, just kind of getting to know each other a little bit. Fair enough.
Just friendly, nothing crazy.
Okay. Have you always like? I think you talked to her about church some too.
Yeah.
Okay. How long you been going to church for?
Well, down here I've been 10 years. Yeah, 10 years down here.
Oh, you've lived here for 10 years now? Nice, man. What do you like better? It's way different from the city, huh?
Yeah, it's a big difference.
What do you like better, the city or here?
Well, it's more common down here, you know.
Yeah, it's be pretty nice to just walk at night and not have to worry about getting mugged and stuff.
Right.
It's a pretty good one. Yeah. So I do have some messages here, and you know, I know are you single?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, I'm kind of can understand some of this. Was there anything said in the conversation that was like a little bit risque or a little bit flirtatious at all?
Probably no.
Okay, so I do have some messages here. Yeah, she's adorable. I do have some messages here, kind of like, you know, talking about kind of private parts and this and that. And what kind of happened with that? I'm not judging. I'm just asking.
You have fun.
I don't know. Maybe someone else slipped.
Got a little bit carried away a little bit.
Somebody slipped on.
Okay.
Nothing.
Nothing like malicious or anything. Okay. So do you think you got maybe a little bit carried away in the conversation? Could that have happened?
Might have a little bit probably, but nothing major.
Right. Like I know you weren't. I know you're not out here trying to kidnap anybody.
No,
Yeah. Okay. So. Right. So I have you know your penis right here.
Oh no, that's not mine.
Okay.
That's not mine.
Okay.
No, that's not mine.
Okay. So where'd that picture come from? Like, is it something you just Googled, or is it something you try to?
I don't know. I mean, somebody probably just Googled, but that's not mine.
Okay, so you just kind of took this from somewhere else and just kind of sent it.
That was fine. I don't send my records.
Okay. So this right here was not your penis.
No.
Okay, this was. You just. I mean, what did you look up to kind of find? I mean, it's a. You know, I'm not a fag here, but you know, it's a pretty large size, I'd say.
Yeah, that's not mine.
Okay.
I wouldn't
What did you look up to find this one and send it to her?
I just probably just.
Okay.
But nothing.
What search terms would you Google to find that one? Or can you kind of recall what search terms can you kind of recall Googling to like the best of your memory, I guess?
Maybe just Google search probably.
Yeah, but like what did you type in the Google search?
Yes. Whatever it is that I search for.
Yeah, but like what would that term be? Like, you know, for example, if I wanted to show you a picture of a factory, I would type in factory, smokestack, something like that. So what can you kind of remember typing in to find this pic to send her away?
I guess I didn't even then it just popped up.
Did you search up penis or something?
Maybe something like that.
Okay.
It just popped up. But like I said, I don't send
Okay. But you sent this picture.
Yeah, but it's not mine. Though.
Okay. So
I only Google.
Okay. Okay. So you don't actually do this. You just kind of search up some shit. Just kind of okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Got it. So I mean, here, she was asked, "Do you like it big?" And she said, "I don't know, is that good?" And you said, "Yep, you want to try it." And you said, "Send me something, picture of something freaky." What did you kind of mean by that there? Just talking wise.
That's all it was. Just talking.
Okay.
You know how some people like when you
Yeah, especially online, the internet bullshit. Yeah.
That's
Exactly. Okay.
People just have to be mindful and careful nowadays, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So that's why I try to be very careful about talking on the internet.
Of course.
Because, some young people like to, try to be friends with older people.
Yeah, because
and it's like their mindset is different. From
Sure.
Another person's mindset.
Sure. That's what I kind of wanted to ask about because, I'm trying to think, is this like it's only happened a couple times? Is this something you do every day, like just talk to younger people? Like, or have they like, I got to ask because you mentioned younger people online. Have younger people, because I'm trying to see, because I've seen a lot of messages just from kind of multiple people. Have younger people tried to just message you online? Oh. Try to distance yourself? Okay. How many or how often is this kind of happening with these younger people? Okay. I don't think they should even be online. That's my thing, you know what I mean?
Normally the parents
Of course. So what did you think about Ariel?
I think she had told me one time that she, like, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
She's like Asian look?
Yeah.
I guess she had told me that, one thing she told me.
What did she say?
I think her parents wasn't home.
Okay.
She wouldn't talk to me.
Okay.
That's what she had told me.
Her parents weren't home. Okay. So I don't think it's just me. I mean, when I was 18, I had total freedom and I didn't have to worry about parents and stuff like that. So I don't think she could have been 18 or 17. So since you mentioned her parents, how old did she actually tell you she was?
Doing lots just so quickly.
I know it, man. I know it.
Well,
13. Yeah. I think.
said 12, I don't know.
Yeah. Right here it says I'm 12. How about you? And you said, "Oh my, I didn't know you was 12." Oh, that kind of rings a bell now. Okay. Cool. So why did the conversation kind of continue after she said she was 12?
I mean, like I said, I don't normally let
Once in a blue moon type thing. Yeah, of course.
Backwards from that.
Okay, but what do you think? Kind of what do you think it was about her that kind of made you keep talking?
Well, like I said, just friendly wise talking.
Just kind of making friends and stuff like that. Yeah, fair enough. Did you all talk on a Telegram at all?
Oh no, I don't have Telegram.
Okay.
I don't have that.
Why's that?
Because I know on some social medias they could be a little sketchy.
Why's that?
I know maybe a few years ago, I think someone asked me about that.
Really? Telegram?
Yeah, and
okay.
Other social medias, like I don't have that. I use that. WhatsApp, that too.
Yeah.
I probably used to have that some time back.
Okay.
But I don't have that.
Why were those apps sketchy? I'm not too familiar with those types of apps.
Well, just like Facebook and Instagram and all others, Twitter and all others, they, how can I say this?
I don't know.
They could be a little iffy if you don't know how to use them in a way.
Like, are there like bad people on there or shit like that?
Sometimes you can.
Okay.
It's a lot of hacking.
Okay.
It's a lot of hacking going on.
Fair enough. What about like bad people that are kind of malicious, like into younger people? Is that kind of been a thing on there too, or how does that kind of go? Okay, but like, what do you mean? Like, I mean, how are these people like? Like, what do they do on there?
Well, for some people who have social media,
yeah,
some of them don't even have a normal conversation on
Really?
Yeah.
What do they talk about? What do they just get into?
Inappropriate things.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Inappropriate things with like people Ariel's age.
Some people, yeah.
What? And they've tried to talk to you about that stuff? Oh, Jesus, fuck.
I just back away from that, like I said.
No, I know you're a church going guy, but what do these people try to bring up to you or talk about? They're into like kind of the younger stuff.
And even some like my age group.
Yeah.
You know, a few years younger than me.
Okay.
You know, some of them don't even, like I say, some of them don't want to have a conversation.
Really?
Yeah, they don't want to have a conversation at all.
Well, let me ask this: are there
They just want to jump straight to the
right? That's just so messed up. You know, there's just no morals nowadays. But let me ask this: do these people that are kind of into this younger stuff, do they just kind of try to like send pictures and all this crazy shit? Yeah.
Old dudes. Like in their 60s, 70s, yeah, they would try to do something like that.
Like send pictures of kids? What?
And of you know the areas.
Okay. Well, what apps have they tried to like? So they've tried to send this shit to you. Like they've tried to offer you this type of shit. Is that what?
No, I'm saying like individually they would do something like that.
Yeah. But what apps have you kind of seen them do that on, or that you know they do that on?
Well, so far I just know Facebook.
Okay.
So far. I know there's plenty of others.
Sure.
Facebook like kind of be the main one because over 1 million people use this Facebook. You know.
Over 1 million people use Facebook. Yeah. Wow, that's a giant number.
It is.
Over 1 million people use Facebook.
But yeah, because Zach Zuckerberg, you know, the guy that created Facebook, you
got Zach Zuckerberg, Microsoft. I think the guy's name is Shill Bates, and then fucking Apple. It's Steve Faggot Handjobs with Guys or something like that. God, Jim. God, dude, these tech companies are crazy, man. I can't believe, man. That really put it in perspective. Over 1 million people on Facebook.
Right.
Wow, that is just something, man. Well, I got to bring this up, Maurice, because, you know, I know you're a good dude. You're trying to stay on the straight and narrow. You're just trying to drum at church and worship Jesus. I get that. Me too, man. But, you know, I think there's been some fuckers like on Facebook or, you know, maybe some other apps, maybe even on Facebook. But I think some of these idiots, because, you know, when you tell me these old men like to send these types of photos, I think that comes from experience. Not you doing it, but I think people do. Can you kind of tell me about that?
Well, what it is, I guess the young crowd.
Yeah.
The ones that's under the age bracket.
Under 18.
Right.
Sure.
Under the age bracket, and older dudes would try to talk to them.
Okay.
Like senior citizens.
Of course.
You know, some younger females. Some of them wouldn't even mind that, which is the crazy part about it.
It's attention seeking.
Yeah, and exactly. That's attention seeking. They're like, oh, well, my mother won't find out. My mother wouldn't know. You know?
Yeah,
you
no
say
shit.
things like that. You know what I mean? Oh, but just wait till my mother leaves, and you know, then we can talk.
Yeah.
You say things like that. You know?
Okay. So, I'm curious. Do these younger kids, do they like to send out their nudes and all that crazy shit?
Well, for one, sometimes, it could be a lot of catfishing because sometimes what I mean by that is they don't really show the photo of themselves, like the person you think you're talking to.
Yeah.
It'd be a different person.
Okay.
It'd be a different person.
But it's like a nude photo?
No, like a selfie, like a regular selfie.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I had someone a few years ago, I had someone hack my page, Facebook page, and I had to tell people on there that's friends with me. I had to tell them, hey, that's not me doing that.
Right.
That's someone else doing that because they completely cleared all my photos.
Yeah.
Everything I had on there.
Okay.
Positive, good things I had on there.
Right.
So I had to make I had to report them. You know, I had to make new pages.
Right. Interesting, man. So I have a few questions about Ariel. Did you ever tell her that you lived in New York?
I thought I was from New York.
Okay.
I didn't tell her I lived in New York. I was from New York.
Okay. So you just answered that question literally.
Right. I was from. See, I lived.
Okay. Did y'all ever talk about like meeting up or anything? Well, did y'all talk about meeting up?
Probably so.
Okay. There's a message here on your end, and I'm not judging. I'm a guy too, and believe me, I got sexual desires as well. Said here, can I come on your face? And she said, what's that? And you said sperm, and you asked me, can I? So why'd you kind of ask her to come on her face?
That's just all talk.
Yeah, what about that was kind of interesting for you to say?
Like I said, just all talk. And like I say, some people do things like that. Some people don't.
Yeah, got it.
Just all talk.
Okay.
I ain't mean nothing by it. You know, people like to play.
Right.
Because
Right.
like I said, she's I ain't mean nothing by that.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't say all that.
Yeah. No, I understand.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, because I think she was sexual to you back too. Yeah. No kidding. So I do got to ask, man. What did does a Haley ring a bell at all to you from last year, or Haley from Facebook?
Haley?
Yeah.
Because people have certain names. You don't have
People
their real
do.
name on there.
People do indeed have certain names. That's kind of how naming
You
works.
don't have their real name, so you can't really tell what.
Yeah, but it was. Can you remember a profile named Haley at all?
Was she in some type of group chat or something, or was she just?
From Facebook. From Facebook.
Was she light skin or?
She's white.
Light skin.
Like white. She's a WHIT. White. Okay.
I'm not sure. I have on that.
Right. So did you ever did Ariel ever video call you?
Yeah, a few times she had.
Okay. Got it. Did you maybe get a little bit carried away on the video call at all? In any way possible? Okay. Because I have these two screenshots here of this looks to be from the video call. Okay, this here is your penis because this was on the camera.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't know it was on camera.
you didn't know the penis was on camera?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I know we was video talking. I didn't know.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But why did you have your penis out in the first place, video calling her?
I guess when I was sleeping.
Okay, but
you know, because I normally watch TV, so.
Yeah, but you weren't asleep. You were talking to her on the phone with your penis out. What was kind of going on with that?
Oh no, something just came up.
Just kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Came up, but that was about it.
Okay. What prompted you to show her your penis?
Well, you know,
I'm not judging. I'm
some people just, you know, have their moments.
Okay, it's just a moment, just kind of in the moment, just kind of felt. Okay. All right. Were you masturbating on the video call? Yeah.
Did she say I was doing that?
I don't know. Okay, you just showed your penis.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. That's just a step too far.
Right.
Okay. Okay. You know, Maurice, I know you're a really good dude.
Yes, sir.
You are. But everybody has their problems. I'm sure at church they talk about everybody has their weaknesses, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think what's been happening the past couple of years is there's just been some weaknesses with kind of younger people online talking to you, okay? And that's not something. It's not something that it doesn't make you evil. It just means we have a little bit of a weakness. Like I have a weakness at the buffet line. You know what I mean? I eat too much fucking food. So, yeah, man. So. I need to ask you, Maurice, how did this kind of start for you online? Not with Ariel, just with these profiles, because it's a lot of them, man. You know, it's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot. Like, how many do you think it is of like underage profiles that have hit you up?
It's just been like a couple.
How many? 4.
Because
Okay.
normally some that was like send me friend request.
Uh-huh.
And I could tell when their page is fake because they only have one picture.
Right.
So what I do, I just unfriend them.
Yeah.
Block them. And that's it.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. You know, you're not the best with technology or anything. Okay, you know that you're not really too good with technology, and yeah, but you don't have a VPN or anything.
Oh no, not that. But I'm tech savvy, but you know.
Right, but you're not like you wouldn't get a scholarship for being a tech guy. You're just kind of good at it because you're not fucking 50. But we have kind of Facebook records of one way or another nudes of people younger than 18 being sent to you. So is there kind of an explanation for that? How long has it been happening for? What's been going on with that? Is there, I know you're a good dude. I know this isn't something you want to be a part of, but I think it's something that's been happening. Am I wrong about that? Okay. Yeah, I mean.
And I just kind of like stuff from that.
Okay. So let me ask you this. How many times have people sent underage nudes to you? Yeah, if you had to guess, or how often does it happen? Oh, it's been a lot, huh?
No, not a lot.
Not a lot?
A lot.
2 or 3? Okay. Has this all been on Facebook or other places too?
Just mainly Facebook.
Okay. When's the last time it happened?
I can't recall.
Okay. Was it like yesterday, this year, 17 years ago? I don't know. A few years back.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. What did they send to you?
Maybe like body parts, probably.
Body parts.
But I just deleted
Was this the girl themselves, or was it like a guy who had pictures of the girl?
Well, it could be that sometimes too.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Has that have both kind of happened with you, where the girl sends it and a guy with pictures sends stuff like that, or? Okay. Have they sent pictures, videos, or both?
Sometimes.
Okay. So they've sent some like underage videos too sometimes? Okay. What happens in the videos usually?
Well, they do what they normally would do.
Pretend I've been to church my whole life and I have no idea what they would normally would do.
Do like crazy stuff.
Kids doing that?
Yeah, some kids
okay.
are doing that.
How old are the kids in those videos usually? That you've seen? Well, like if you had to guess.
I guess teenage.
Like we talking 13, 14? 13 and below? Below 13?
Baby kids on there.
So we're talking kids.
Yeah, and that's, yeah.
Okay.
So sometimes it'd be a little bit further upwards, like 15 and 16.
Okay. But sometimes even go younger than 13. What's the youngest you've seen that some idiot sent you?
About
11 or 12. Okay.
Because they like real sneaky on it.
Yeah.
And parents don't watch.
Okay, so these were the kids themselves sending stuff to you, or? Jeez. So what were the 11 and 12-year-olds doing in the videos?
I guess like
Okay, what body parts were they showing?
Just the top. Just,
so their nipples and their vagina and stuff like that? Yeah. Okay.
And I just...
Okay.
What was your parents like? Why'd you do this?
Right. Exactly.
But, with kids now, they use social media as a content type thing.
Yeah.
They just, like show.
Yeah.
It don't be like no regular normal conversation.
Right.
They know they're not supposed to talk to.
Right. But they do anyway because they're crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
They do anyway, even though they're not supposed to.
Right. So do you have a job? Do you work at all, or what do you do for? You don't have to tell me more. But what do you do for work? Okay, nice, man. It's fucking awesome. You get paid okay?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. Do you pay rent here or do you own?
Oh no, it's on him this.
Oh.
On living. My grandmother used to be here, so she just passed.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that, man. Managing okay?
Yeah, managing.
Okay. So I do got to ask Maurice. What type of phone do you have?
Phone, iPhone.
Okay. God, do they have fried pickles at your store that you work at?
No.
They have fried pickles at your store that you work at?
Fried pickle?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Damn, I mean, I could really go for some fried pickles right now.
Wow. So.
You know, so I get, you know, the dating market in Wadley, Georgia isn't probably too robust with people. You know, it's pretty lonely out here. I get it. So, you know, I typically, when I come across people who are a little bit lonely, you know, they tend to save pictures and videos more than people who have people in their lives. And that's okay. That's okay. So, you know, I like you a lot and you're a good person. So that's why I'm only asking you this because I like you. Is there anything saved on your phone? Okay. None of that nude stuff? No? Okay. Because I want to give you the chance to delete it.
I don't have none on my phone.
Okay. Would any of it be maybe in like a Facebook conversation?
I don't have none of that.
Okay. I see. Have any girls from Georgia messaged you at all?
Might be ones that I know.
Okay.
That's about it.
But any like underage strangers from Georgia? No. Has anybody ever? Do you have any brothers, sisters, anything like that? Are you an only child? Yeah.
I have a brother.
Okay. You only have one brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So where's your dad? Is he from New York too, or is he like? Does he live here?
No, he deceased.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that. What about your mom?
She deceased too.
Damn, what happened?
Yeah, they get sick. She was sick.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Was this like recently or just a while ago?
Back in 2008, she passed.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that. But so how long have you been working at the grocery store for?
Well, I started last year in July.
Okay.
So next month will be a year.
What were you doing before that?
Well, before produce, I used to do stocking.
Oh, at the same grocery store?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
I did stocking for a few months.
Okay. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday? Yeah. How would you feel if you did not eat breakfast yesterday? That's true.
I normally would eat breakfast every morning.
Okay.
But in a certain time that I get up for the job,
yeah,
I could just go there and just get something.
Yeah. What's your schedule like? Do you work like full time or?
Well, right now it's part time. Right now.
Okay.
So just certain days I work. Certain days I just be off.
Got it. Do you get paid to do the church drumming, or is that like a volunteer thing?
Oh yeah, I do.
You get paid for it?
Yeah.
Nice. What church do you go to?
Church.
Okay, so it's not that CME Trinity Church or whatever. Dang, so you lied about that?
What? Is it Trinity?
Yeah, on 58, whatever fucking street.
Trinity. No, I don't go to that church.
Okay.
Oh, I don't go to that church.
So you go to the Baptist church here? What street is the Baptist church on?
Yeah, he's sweating.
493 South Main Street.
Okay. So what's your favorite thing to do?
Well, of course, drums, obviously, I like that.
Yeah.
I like to draw sometimes. I like to watch TV. I like to play video games.
Great.
Yeah, I'm into that. And just be on my laptop. But personal, like, important things, like check emails and things like that.
Oh, you get a lot of emails?
Yeah, so I have to kind of like check them because I get important stuff in my head.
How long have you been drumming for?
Good, I guess since I was 7.
Really?
I was 7.
Okay.
So maybe about 2. So it's been like 7 years.
Ever played in any bands or anything?
Yeah.
Like rock bands or just church bands or?
I used to play for Tech League.
Oh, nice.
I did that for a year.
So what's your favorite type of music?
I like R&B music.
Okay.
Not just only gospel.
Right.
R&B music I listen to sometimes.
Are you into gospel?
Yeah.
Nice.
I listen to gospel at times.
Well, I'm gonna get a water real quick. Do you want one?
Oh, sure.
All right. Cool. Absolutely.
with Disney.
Yes, Frio. He's just so simple. So dumb. Oh, there they are. Here, buddy. Yeah, I'll get that one. Don't worry about it. Yeah, man. Yep. Oh, I think someone just maybe called or something. We'll just say we're having a conversation. Dude, I know, man. I don't know how you're wearing all that shit. Did you play the drums today?
Yeah. So I have that, like,
What's your favorite song to play on the drums? What's your favorite song to play on the drums?
it just depends what song you listen to. I'll play along.
Yeah. How's it going, sir?
Hey, how you going? How you going? I'm good.
I'm just having a conversation here with Maurice. He just kind of got a little bit carried away with Ariel, a little bit here. Just kind of maybe had some moments of weakness, pretty much. Okay.
I didn't do it.
Right. But basically, she was 12 years old. You showed your penis a couple times on video call, and you sent a dick pic, and you just said some inappropriate things. Is that pretty much what happened? Okay. And you said people, some of these kids have sent you like crazy videos of themselves, like showing vaginas and all that. Like you said, 11-year-olds do that.
Some of them, I just cut them off.
Right, but these are the messages here of him kind of doing some crazy stuff.
Now, also explain to him,
right,
that I explained to him that she had told me that she had talked to me. She had explained to me and told me that her mom, right?
Yeah.
Her mom is not going to be home.
Right.
Remember?
I remember.
Told him that.
Okay.
Can you repeat my senior officer?
Okay, sure. So pretty much what happened is, and you can just let me know if I'm wrong, Maurice. You were talking to a girl who was 12. She was talking to you. Yep, and you showed your penis maybe a couple times when you maybe shouldn't have. And you said some inappropriate things like, can I come on your face and this and that. Is that pretty much correct? Okay.
But nothing made you crazy.
Yeah, nothing crazy, just what I just said. And there's also been, you said 11-year-olds that have sent you like videos of their vaginas and all that crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. So that's, why y'all are here.
But I don't talk to them. I cut them completely off.
So you told me. That's right. Yep.
Because they will try to do that now. They will try to.
But you said a lot of kids are saying you that shit, huh?
What I'm saying, I said normally some young kids would do that to like older.
They've done it to you too.
Not just me, but other people in general.
I know.
Other people in general. I'm talking senior citizen wise.
Yeah, senior citizen wise, indeed. Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely.
I don't be on social media like that. Maybe like 70-80% of the time, but like I said, I have Facebook friends. So I don't be on there like that.
Right. So essentially, if you cut it social media into 5 pieces, he's on there 4 out of those 5 pieces of the time, like 70 to 80% of the time. Some might even say 3.5 out of those 5 pieces of the time. The other 1.5 to 1 pieces, he's not on social media. It's pretty much like a diagram. You know what I mean?
See, I work, so I don't.
Right. Only 70 to 80% of the time. That other 20% spent working and kind of playing the drums and shit. Right. Yep. Right. Right. Houston, Texas. We travel the country. Yeah, we travel the country doing this. We have a group. We may I talk to try to talk to you over there? Okay. Yeah, we have a group. We catch online child predators across the country. We pose as minors online and predators from across the country. Message who they believe to be us, and we always try to say we're in their area. In this case, he said he was from New York City, so we said we're in New York, but turns out he lives in fucking Wadley, Georgia. And he, pretty much like he said on y'all's body cam, he sent penis pictures to who he thought this kid was, and on the video call showed his penis. And we have a 28-year-old playing as a 12-year-old girl. And he told me when I talked to him here in person, he admitted to all of that. And he also, as y'all heard, received nudes from other kids that are probably real that we don't know about.
So this situation was 28 playing as a 12.
That's correct. But we do have arrests all over Georgia, even with that, because the enticement laws, as long as they believe it to be a minor, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he gets anything that's going on, but no, he's total airhead. He's only on there 80% of the time. Hey, he works and plays the drums at church. I mean, he can't be that stupid, but just oblivious.
Dispatch call, I was confused.
Yeah.
I heard ways.
Yeah. But he's been at this for at least over a year because we had another account that was on him last year. We just could never find out where he was. So, I mean, he has a habit of just doing this. Obviously, we're not sending nudes of kids, so all the nudes he's getting of kids are just random people or whoever. Yeah.
I seen a piece of it. When you did find out the person was 12.
It's like, do you like older guys?
Yeah, do you want to continue to, do you want to stop potentially something? But he was still trying to go on.
Oh yeah. All the sexual shit was after we told him the age. Like in every conversation, we always say we're 12 immediately. So all the dick pics and all that shit, that's after the age was dropped. Yeah. Yeah, he's very aloof. He just says no. Like, I don't think he's. I know. Yeah, what's weird is because, like, he has to know it's illegal because he was telling me that, well, I got to be careful. And at first he was like insisting, well, I thought she was 18. I thought she was 18. So he knew that he wasn't supposed to be doing this. But then, like, when y'all come out, I don't know. I have no fucking idea, like, why. So I don't know. Yeah, of course. Yeah, as if we have all just gotten nudes of kids randomly. Yeah, no, me either.
Yeah, what's up, Joe? We got okay. What y'all company name?
It's called Predator Poachers.
Predator
Poachers.
Poachers.
Poachers, yeah.
28 years old. Class is 12. So
You can put it on speaker if you want. I can explain it.
hold on. I'm gonna let him explain it to you. Okay.
How's it going, sir?
All right.
Yeah, so my name is Alex Rosen. We have a group called Predator Poachers. We catch child predators across the country. We're from Houston, Texas. The way we do it is we pose as minors online. So in this case, we had a 28-year-old that works for me playing as a 12-year-old girl named Ariel. And Anna Maurice here in town in Wadley was messaging who he thought was a 12-year-old girl, very sexually, like saying, I want to come on your face, and sending a lot of his penis pictures, exposing himself to her. And so what we do is we interview them in person, either if they go to meet the kid or if we think they've said enough sexual stuff online. And he talked to me for like probably an hour, and he told me that he sent all those messages, that he's talked to other kids online, and that he's received child pornography from other kids. And this is all on camera that we want to turn over to you guys. And he also admitted it in front of the cops on their body cam as well. Correct. Yes, in Wadley. Okay.
We're gonna put a hold on.
Oh, and
we put it there and handcuffs to you.
Did y'all hear that clearly? Oh, nice. Wow. Imagine how dumb Thomaston PD looks right now. Wow, it's just so easy to like hear somebody out, go over the evidence, and just kind of do your fucking job. He's detained right now, not arrested, but...
Pick up the mic. Take it off.
Let's go.
It's amazing when the cops are actually do their job. It's really amazing.
Bomber cloud. Oh, there's a truck. Woo.
Truly amazing when they do the job.
He's like,
I'm gonna kill it after this.
Let's go.
Still got some time left.
This is what we do, traveling most, catching the
Wonder if
cities,
something
touring locals in the Pin.
nefarious happens.
This video early, and you can see that our in southern Georgia that is never going to be on YouTube, where the mom, gives the son what she deserves. That's all I can say here. But join on locals in the PinCom. Only $10 a month helps us travel most and catch even church drummer boys up to this. So
Check
Yes,
it out.
sir.
All those guys. It's not that expensive.
Comment locals is what we do.
I don't show a lot of this stuff on here. They do.
Nice. Is your water? Let's go. Another one. So much trash. Put it all in here. Woo. All right, let's see what chat is saying. Oh, man.
They're so dumb.
It was very dumb.
Like he was just speaking like euphemisms.
When he said markers, or when he said freaking, yeah, mark, that was it.
Oh yeah,
Markerberg.
Zach Markerberg. Yeah, man, Shill Gates, Steve Handjobs, dude. And he's like, yeah. So bad.
Thank you, Lou, for the 50. Good job, guys. Thank you, Shepard, for the 50. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy Seascat, for the 50. The Wandler Wank has to jump in cuffs. Thank you, Reed and Fiction, for the 10. Just imagine if they're all this quick. Great job on everyone's part.
Thank you, Steven, for the 5 on Cash App for ad money to reach the 1 million people on Facebook.
That's a lot.
Here's 1 million people on Facebook. Thank you, Nicole Hansen, for the $2. Carlos Lot Cleaner. Thank you, Delaware Mike, for the 10 on Cash App off stream earlier today. Thank you so much, always, Sarah.
Thank you, Rapboard, for the 10. Thank you, FBI Plant, for the 10. Another great catch.
Oh, dude, just think, if we reach 10, dude, we have 11,000 followers on Facebook.
Oh,
that's
my
over
gosh.
1% of all of Facebook
My
fucking
God.
following us. We're freaking famous, dude.
Thank you, Caps. Sienna gods are crying. He always goes live stream in church playing his drums. That's insane.
Damn, bro.
Finished just in time for the England game. Ew.
I know, right?
Bro. Oh, God. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody. Father's Day special stream. Thank you, fathers. Thank you, fathers.
All right, we should have another game today. We're only 4.5 hours in there.
Just 4.5. That's it.
I have to drive so far, 4 hours.
Thank you, Cypher, for the 10. Guys, this is only 3/5 of the rest. Well, thank you, Janol.
Dude, he's only on social media 80% of the time.
I don't hate soccer. I just hate England.
Bro, I don't know if he was trying to bullshit me or if he was just genuinely just talking like a nigga. It's going to be 8-3-2.
Thank you, Tommy Seascamp, for the 50. Zach Muckerberg and McDonald's 1 million, sir. That's funny. Thank you, and for the 10. I'm here, by the way. Please stop worrying. Oh, thank God you're here. Baba, why you leave your love child? He's out of wedlock.
Okay.
Why ill to the England game, Pablo? Don't be racist to my people. If you're from England, I'm so sorry. That's unfortunate, and that comes from somebody that comes from Mexican descent. So I feel bad for you guys. Thank you, Fab Guy, for the 10. I just spent $200 on a week's worth of groceries for my family, but I can still find time and money to support and leave a joke about Pablo being divorced. That's probably the sweetest thing you've said to us so far, to me so far. So I appreciate it, Fab Guy. I appreciate it.
So I'll call that tomorrow and just talk about the incident on Walden Street. Say I want to turn in evidence for it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Really is bottom of the barrel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bye. Dude, I hope they fucking arrest me today.
You cheeky little boy, Pablo. Not the cheeky.
Aww.
My country rules. I retract my invite for you to visit England. And it's not soccer here, it's football.
Wait, you retract the invite we weren't taking anyway? Fuck. Pablo, you know we got disinvited from Bohemian Grove? Fuck. What are we going to do?
What am I doing with my life? Thank you, Mr. Looker, for the 10. Pablo, you can't pick and choose which comments you're going to read or not. I realize that gay trans with pink hair is with you guys, but quit being so sensitive. You're welcome.
Pussy Liquor, the only comments we care about have to be attached to them, buddy. JK.
Guys, there's so many comments. I really just can't read all of them, bro. Thank you, Boston, for the 10. Alex is an American hero. Thank you for your service. Hi, Pablito. Hello, Boston guy. Hello.
I'm sorry, I know it's hot.
Yeah, no problem.
I just need you to sign a property receipt.
Okay. Oh, for the papers?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. Here, let me back out here. Wait, actually, here. I'll do. I'm just going to park behind your car.
Thank you, Tango Baby, for the 50. Yeah, I'll tell Alex to say it when he comes back. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. If you don't read this one, I will post another. What the? Why do you have all these pictures of me? I'm in England. Well done, guys, and great police. I'm so sorry to hear about your condition, man. That sucks. Hope you get better. Hello. Thank you, Pussy Looker, for the 10. What's yellow and black and funny as hell? A short bus full of Nigerians going off a cliff. Wow.
Clean up. I just took the last 32 recently.
You want to read most of the comments?
Bling, bling, bling. Hey, I just did a broadcast. Before you hit the show more, I just took those numbers. And I didn't even send them the onboarding cast. I wanted to be able to look them up.
Happy Father's Day, Pablo. Hope you get to see all your kids one day. I retract my statement from earlier. We are currently in Georgia. We are in Georgia. I do not know where. I don't even think we're going to South Carolina. Ever wanted to go to Afghanistan? Just go to England. Just go to London, England. Oh, the little keychain.
Well, it's 32 people and 15.
Okay, for real.
A lot of them have worked for us, so I'm literally handling one at a time.
Roasting Pablo on Father's Day, right? Me too low. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, reading and fiction for the 10. Be nice to Pablo. Yeah, tell him. Hashtag bring Jesus. Sub K Boodle.
Not my oldest. My oldest, for some reason, didn't get his till he was 25. He just didn't want it.
Thank you, Hank Patterson, for 10. Happy Father's Day, Pablo. Here's $1 toward all the child support money, yo.
Right? That's all. Oh, you mean for insurance?
No, for your son.
My
Hey.
son, he got it.
Yes, there should be another catch later.
Okay, so he took.
His name is Alex. Hello, Alex.
What am I waiting on?
Y'all coming to Cali this trip? No, we're not.
Then to call me to.
I remember when Pablo was a little
I have
kid.
to drive for like 6 months as a temp on a temp license.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, and then he'll be able to tell me.
Everyone knows you slit your wrist if chat wasn't shitting on you. Come to Myrtle Beach for fun, guys. You can't be work all the time.
Or license drive.
Well,
So he won't be able to get his license after 6 months?
Well, it's temp. It's a license, but it's just
yes, there should be another catch
drive with a license.
in about like 5 hours.
Oh, okay. Then it should be good.
So what am I waiting on? Does it decline?
We are in Georgia.
I'm in Michigan, so I don't know.
When you come to Tennessee, I think tonight, probably.
Go check it out. I'm just answering messages.
Catching these guys on Father's Day, is it because his dad never came back?
I can't. It's sensible. Open. There's so many messages coming in.
Pueblo doesn't let his kids ride in his Hellcat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's for him to take class. I was like, you already took the class.
Mm-hmm.
So I called back and like, hey, I didn't understand. Like, they need to call him to schedule him.
Oh, the driving part.
Like at the B&B.
Yeah, I thought.
Man, I remember when Alex had a deeper voice because, oh my gosh. Thank you, Panthers, for 10. Go to South Carolina. Somebody's asking if we're going to South Carolina.
I think they want to be.
Yeah, we're not going, guys.
As far as not too busy. Bowling Green. She went to
Mexican mariachi music.
PDs don't do shit.
I went to the one in Heatherdown right here.
Are you going to Kentucky this trip?
Negative.
We might see you, short bus.
Yeah, short bus. Might see you tonight, dog. Just be ready.
Thank you for the 50, James. Oh yeah, Tangle Bay wants her to fuck you.
You know what? Fuck you. I'm not giving it to you. Really?
Yes, Cash Money. Yes, we are. We sure are, Boston Brian. Bye, Amy. Update us on the guy for next catch.
It's really bad.
Thank you, CPT, for the 10. Thank you, the Jew Bear, for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
What? Thank you, Sulu. Thank you.
Man, it'd be hot in this bitch, bro.
Sounds good, Boston Brian. Thank you, Renification, for the 10. I know Alex loves Washington State. Got an Airbnb for your next trip, Port Orchard.
Yes, we are going to be in Washington State in July, so we're ready for that shit.
What the heck, Jay Nall? Do you guys have Zelle?
Yes, we do have Zelle. The Zelle is 832. I fucking the seatbelt sign was going off and I tried to turn down the volume.
Oh my god.
I'm so retarded. The Zelle is going to be 832-723-6937.
There you go, guys.
Yeah, I should talk to her. She's not going to be here every day. I mean, I might as well just be using that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I got it blasted right across the vent on me, and it's still.
Oh, we're at the PD?
I think so.
Oh, I thought we were let go.
They just want me to sign this property receipt real quick.
Oh, okay. Patch is good. He's arrested, right? Not just detained.
I believe he's detained.
Oh, whatever.
But,
Yes.
I mean, the cop was saying I don't think he knows how much trouble he's in. So, I mean,
That's Maurice Freeman. Yep.
thank you to Neil for good job. Thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Thank you, Jason, now for the 20. Really appreciate you, sir. And thank you, thank you, Ashley, for the 10 on Cash App for the elusive, only half retarded employed black bread. Thank you.
Is the next catch on locals?
Rumble's the next one. It's 3 in a row on locals, guys. We got to throw the peasants a bone for the revolt.
Where in Washington will you guys be in July?
I'm not even sure yet. Pull up something.
Sounds good, James. Legit. Yes, Pot of Pain. Yes. Pablo Biscuit 2024. His owner. Thank you, Sudaloo, too.
All right, we're just doing things.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing that, Clay. No way, APP. We're in Georgia. Yeah, that's where we belong, J-Naw. Self-aware, love it.
Oh, man. Dude, I hope this is the fucking PD, dude. It says it is right here. Dude.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I go left. Yeah, it's over there, Wadley Police Department.
Oh. Oh, I see it. Oh, all right. Dude, Apple Maps had that shit fucking wrong, but, you know, it also just wasn't working.
Thank you, Ellerson, for the 30. I have stakes. If you come through Griffin, thank you for all you do. Thank you, Ellerson. Thank you very much. Apple, go figure. He's skedaddled, Ashley B.
It's not an emergency. I just want to let y'all know we're at the PD in relation.
All right, I'm gonna kill that. We'll go ahead and kill the stream, guys. Internet's been shipped today in all my sites. Check out Predator Poachers.
I don't care if you mad at me, okay? Go ahead and change the channel. Don't waste your time trying to cancel me. They love me cause they know that I'm it. Say what you want, I guess it is what it is. Haters can talk, but they can't cancel the kid. Go ahead and go on, try and say this is it. But I swear to God, you can't cancel the kid.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame.